And welcome to this Wednesday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello from Horseshoe Indianapolis alongside Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley. Great to have you with us today. We've got 10 races on tap, 8 thoroughbred races. We'll close with a couple of quarter horse maiden juvenile dashes at the tail end of the card at 6:15 and a 6:43 closer. We start the first of 10 at 2:10. Cloudy skies, temperature-wise, nice day, pleasant enough through the 70s. We are fast, turf course rated firm. We've got 4 today on the turf course.
We do.
So, the $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3 plus 1. And course firm, Rella 24
Yeah,
feet.
got to give Tony Martinez, our track man, he is just, got to give him kudos. He's amazing. He's a great guy. Lots of fun, wonderful to work with. But boy, has he changed. You know, we used to stop running on the turf at the end of September. It was as long as we went. And now look at us go. Yeah. And there's been a couple years he's gone all the way to closing day. So really smart with the course. Obviously, dirt's tremendous too. So just kudos to their team. And looking forward to this card. We got 2 quarters today, not, you know, 9 and 10. And some nice racing. Keeneland's going today, so we're trying to stay off them. I'm trying to work it out with FanDuel to where I can get on before it's over because they go for till later today until like our race 7.
Well, Keeneland has a spring meet and a fall meet. We run April through mid-November, so we know we're your favorite Wednesday track, and we've got 10 races on tap today. By
Put
the
some
way,
respect on my name.
we appreciate all of you horse players. Just want to mention through this is the 106th racing day of the season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Through 105 of them, we've had 78 days with handle over $2 million. Of those, a dozen have been over $3 million, that mark and more. But we just want to mention, because we certainly appreciate all the horse players that wager on Horseshoe Indianapolis day in and day out, month in and month out, and through the entire season.
Yeah, thank you guys. It's been fun to go along with everybody and interact with everyone on social media and all the players. It seems like we're the favorite of the midweek because we get, you know, everybody has the weekends. Yeah, just like you said, the Wednesday favorite.
A big favorite in horse racing, by the way. It was just announced. So Kenny McPeak posted on social media and on X. Torpedo Anna officially retired.
I didn't see that.
Yes, I
it's been a crazy morning though. Sponsorships.
So you
track
know,
drama.
Thinking about her as a broodmare prospect, you imagine what the gavel's going to go down on champion Torpedo.
Did I tell you she was at Saratoga when I was there, and my buddy Eddie C was there, and he was like, "Hey, I'm going to see or send me a picture." Went to go see Anna, and I missed it. But yeah, I really have I think I've met a lot of famous people. I think if I met Torpedo Anna, I'd be like, oh my gosh.
Well,
so wow, retired. Yeah. That's great. Okay, on to making babies.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing her future progeny, of course. Champion Torpedo Anna. All the best to her in her post-racing career, as Kenny McPeak announced today on social. As we just announced, we've got 10 races on tap today. Cloudy skies, but for the official race day forecast, as Rachel checks in with what's happening on X, let's go to Chris at WRTV6 for a look at the weather for today's Wednesday racing program here at the track. Chris?
Connecting our communities with stories that matter. This is a WRTV update.
It'll be pretty gray this afternoon, but skies stay dry and temperatures running a little bit cooler, feeling a touch more like fall here over the next couple of hours. Low 70s expected. Dry skies, clouds stick around, will clear out tomorrow if you're back. Temperature readings are in the low 70s. We're talking a lot of sunshine across the area and even a little bit cooler here. More fall-like weather over the next couple of days. John, back to you.
Chris, we certainly appreciate that forecast, taking part here in the pre-race show. The A block here right now alongside Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley. Joe Ramos, he's trying to narrow the divide.
You can tell he's hungry. He wants it bad.
He's seeing the ball like the Dodgers against the Brewers. But
the kid is like, I'm going to catch up.
3 wins yesterday for Joe Ramos, of course, who has riding titles already in his CV here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fernando de la Cruz vying for another riding title. Fernando's just a few away from 100, but Joe, after that triple on yesterday's card, continues to try to just chip away as we go through the final weeks. And I know Bugsy's happy about that. Yeah,
Bugsy's really happy. Oh, and he also he had I think he's okay. Romero's okay because Bugsy has his book too. He's in the hospital. He's getting checked. Look, some fractures is what I heard. Race 1 here. He starts off the day with a nice winner. goes on for a triple, and this one for Klopp. Klopp with a double on the card, illegal contact.
1-2 for Randy Klopp in the opener. Fernando
Yeah,
de
I
la Cruz
forgot
wrote
about
the
that.
runner-up, but that was Joe Ramos getting the job done for the leading trainer Randy Klopp. Illegal contact getting the verdict in the sprint opener yesterday. As we move forward, really nice three-way thriller on the turf. If you were joining us here at the track yesterday, as Unbridled Sabbath. Now, you talk about the top apprentice here this season. Well, that's Jose Gutierrez. Now claims a 5-pound apprentice allowance. He still is vying for the Juan Saez Leading Apprentice Award, that memorial for Juan Saez. Flowered moves up. This was a Joseph Romero pickup ride for Joe Ramos again. Thoughts and prayers to Joseph Romero, but boom, run on the wire. Flowered, Mitchell Merle, Goody Two Socks joined them at the finish. That was a three-way go.
22,
and Flowered
60.
blossomed to 10-1.
We just said that yesterday on the show. We were saying, how are you going to get a 27-1 on a
And
Klopp
Klopp
horse?
again.
And then we warned you guys about this. So yeah, a very nice one from him. And then he went on to race 5, the 7, Decatur Street. This was for Jose Cazares.
Terrific ride again. You know, when you're dealing with like a veteran jockey like Joe Ramos, I mean, what are the instructions of the paddock? I mean, you stay close. You're going to have a fast pace out in front and come with that run. And that's exactly what Joe did on this horse. Had the money on at 8-5. He knew he was on the best horse. Just tracked Gun Factor, that early speed under Fernando de la Cruz. Gun Factor capitulated, holds third, but it was Decatur Street, not quite by a block, but an impressive winning margin there for Decatur Street, and a good time too.
Yeah, very good time. What a wonderful day of racing yesterday was.
There you go.
Just to remind you guys, there it
Joe.
is.
There you go, Joe.
There you go, Joe.
Part of that Team Puerto Rico that year in and year out wins the International Jockey Challenge. We have
Yeah, I
here,
know.
too.
He's
Joe loves
definitely
raising
glad
that
to be
trophy.
back. Yeah, he does. Kid loves it, winning, period.
Yeah. No live racing here, by the way. After we get through today's 10-race card, we start at 2:10 tomorrow. Then Friday, Saturday, Sunday. No live racing this coming Monday on the 20th as we head to that big week racing on Tuesday the 21st and Wednesday, Thursday. Then we'll be dark a week from this Friday, all in advance of the big Indiana Champions Day. Looking forward to that terrific day of racing. So many activities for the entire family and all of our friends to enjoy here coming up on the 25th.
Yes, we definitely are looking forward to Champions Day, and so we've kind of switched it, or what's the word I'm looking for? Shuffled everything back. So that, switcheroo. No racing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then very excited about Champions Day. We're going to start at 11 a.m. We're going to have tons of great racing, $1.7 million in purses. We're going to have 2 separate handicapping contests, a thoroughbred handicapping contest and a quarter horse handicapping contest, because it'll be about 7 thoroughbred races and then I think 5 quarters. So that's why I say half and half. Cigar rolling station. We've got $3,000 mega bet drawings, 1 for thoroughbred, 1 for quarter horse. So be sure to go enter those twice if you're going to stick around for both breeds. And the Magic Mirror safe selfie station, food trucks, going to be doing winner's circle promotions. We've got all that good swag. Tammy's going to give us
such a cool day.
a little bit
Great
to give away.
day.
It really is. And also shout out to Tequila Jack Daniels, a sponsor for this event as well. We're going to have a very special drink featuring Jack Daniels Blackberry.
That sounds good.
So exciting. And also, we want to thank the Indiana Breed Development for sponsoring this. They make it possible for us to buy that really fancy swag and make it a very elegant event up here in the clubhouse. Pretty sure we're almost booked, but if you want to, you can call Beth.
You know, I mentioned this is our 106th racing day. Cheers to all of our horse players. I mentioned some of the numbers, and certainly this day figures to be another terrific handle day with the premier race lineup that we've got for all of you for 6th Annual Indiana Champions Day here on the 25th. You think back to this year's Indiana Derby Day, and of course we ran the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks presented by the Deli Racing Forum. Clico going on to win, by the way, the Grade 1 Cotillion at Parks Racing. Certainly want to just extend, again, cheers to all of the horse players that have followed us all season long as we get closer to Indiana Champions Day. Certainly one of those big days on the calendar, as is Indiana Derby Day, Caesar's Day, some of the terrific big cards, premier
They've
race
just gotten
days here
bigger
at
and
the track.
bigger
Yeah.
every year, haven't they, John? It's just
100%.
this one. I cannot wait to see how our Indiana breds, and like on the segment that I showed, it's going to air tomorrow, I believe, with Ryan. I got a horse Danny let us borrow his horse, and they got to see blinkers and the saddle and everything, and tell people, what the reason is you come here to horses.
Didn't you?
I did. Tomorrow, I hope we can show it tomorrow. It's not that long of a segment. I'm sure we can show it on the simulcast. But Danny has an amazing pony. His name's Dewey, and he's a strawberry roan pony horse, and he was just a ham for the whole segment. Loved it. True superstar and professional. And yeah, we're gonna debut that tomorrow. But yeah, it's just gotten bigger and bigger every year, I feel like.
The 9th and 10th races today are 2 quarter horse maiden juvenile dashes. 10 in the body will run. The also eligibles have been scratched from both the 9th and 10th. So that's 20 quarter horse maiden juveniles. We've got a lot of them on the grounds. Why not a promising juvenile, a promising youngster, when you consider the quarter horse portion of Indiana Champions Day, those purses right at the $1 million range.
Oh my gosh, I know, and that's the biggest.
People are making the investment.
Yes, that's one of the biggest ones we've had, and we've had some very successful Indiana quarter horses go on to run big races. Mr. Michael's been running in those big stakes in Oklahoma. Yeah, so very proud of our quarter horse program here. I love, everybody's like, you do quarter horse? I'm like, yeah, bro, I kick butt at quarter horse. You know what I mean? Learned a lot from Miss Martha Clausen. And I can always text Jose Contreras whenever I have a question. He's helped me out too.
You think of future progeny. We mentioned about the retirement news for Torpedo Anna, the Grizzly retired, but you think of like the late great Escondido Beach, and that progeny will continue to race here, hopefully with us at Horseshoe Indianapolis for years to come. Yeah. Veterans Day coming up here on November 11th. If you can join us, we salute our veterans 365 days a year. But speaking of special events, this is on closing week, by the way. Monday, November 10th, Tuesday the 11th, the 12th and 13th. The curtain will come down on this 2025 race meet here, thoroughbred and quarter horse meet at Horseshoe Indianapolis. In addition to activities for veterans and all those joining us here on this special holiday, also a $2,500 Veterans Day Legends Handicapping Contest courtesy of the Indiana HBPA, as we salute all of our veterans with a special day for them on the 11th of next month.
Yeah, and I do want to let you guys know I'm going to be selling the saddle towels on social media.
Heads up.
So heads up for that. I just recorded a commercial yesterday about the lawn jockey that Chris painted. Yeah, it is really cool. It's red, white, and blue version. She did the pink version for Silks and Roses.
And just to clarify, that's Chris Hallstrom, not Chris Polson.
Oh yes. No. Could you imagine if we let Chris paint a lawn? We should do that as like a promotion. It'd be so funny.
The other jockey statue.
Yeah, she does really well, really good job. Chris Hallstrom painted them. Yes, our very own super underpaid MVP of the team, Christine Holstrom. But yeah, so we auctioned that off for Silks and Roses, and one of our very own Joe Davis got it, and he won it for $1,200, and he paid $15 for it just for the charity. So we're going to be donating to the Homeless Veterans Fund. It's a wonderful downtown in Indy. One of my buddies and I are gonna this winter. I think we're gonna go buy a bunch of coats at Costco. Shout out to John. So they're very important to all of us, and it's hard to find somebody who hasn't been involved or have family that's been a veteran or whatever. So very, very happy to be a part of that.
You mentioned yesterday.
Watch my socials.
Rachel's grandfather was a Marine. My Uncle Stanley fought in the Pacific Theater of Operations during World War II, a highly decorated Marine. So Semper Fi, and saluting all of you veterans. Hope you can join us here for this terrific day of racing on Tuesday, November 11th. Thank you to our big sponsors this year, Woodford Reserve. Also, well, when it comes to Indiana Champions Day, Jack Daniel's Blackberry. Also, Breed Development, Murphy Trailer Sales. They are the official.
One of our regulars saw me buying feed at the feed store. Now we're best friends.
Service and loyalty since 1984. Hope you can reach out to them if you'd like to do so. 765-361-8803. B&H Electric. Speaking of Rachel's good friends, they've got locations in town. Also, Seymour and Bloomington. Cheers to those guys for their sponsorship of racing here last year and this. BH-electric.com.
Love those guys.
Speaking of guys that know racing, Rachel, I mean, she drives it. She probably gets the SUV thick, the truck there.
I know. Next truck I get, I bought my truck cash, but next truck I get, I'm getting it from there. I'm going to get a big old
Giant
Ford.
Hubler is what Rachel's talking about. They've got locations right down the road in Shelbyville. Also, that dealership in Franklin. DriveHubler.com. I know you like those guys, and maybe they'll cut some of our fans a great deal.
Yeah, mention my name.
Also, we like to We talked about social media, the retirement news this morning about Torpedo Anna, the great champion. Mentioned that on my social at John G. Dooley on X, Racing Rachel. She's taking that to that all throughout the morning, afternoon, and early evening hours before retiring with a romantic novel or two at Racing Rachel M. Martha Clausen coming up with our quarter horse maiden juvenile dashes. That's the 6:15 and 6:43. Martha burning the midnight oil, and Brian Aragoni is standing by.
Come on, B.
He is in wardrobe and makeup as we speak. I just got the news, so we'll take a quick commercial break. B's on X as well, Mr. B analyst, and track-wise, we've got you covered not only during the racing season, but during the off-season as well, because don't forget the contest coming up here
got
at the
NHC
first floor.
in December.
Yeah, we start talking NHC in December.
December 6th, doors open at 9 a.m., live money, $500 bankroll.
Instagram at Horseshoe Indy, and on YouTube at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. 26 minutes away from the first of the day, cloudy skies. We had Chris from WRTV6 join us during the A block, and again, the turf course rated firm for them on the turf course today. So it's the $1 Horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3 and 1. Turf rail set at 24 feet this race week. We're going to step aside here from the clubhouse, and after a quick commercial break or two, we'll be back with the B block for Racing Rachel. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying bye for now.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Welcome back to the B block, where the budget for hair and makeup a lot less than that A block, as you can tell here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The pretty has gone away, and the handicapping comes to life for this second portion with wire to wire, kicking off our early pick 5. We've got 11.99% takeout each and every day, and we've got an awesome card again for turf race. A huge shout out to our crew, keeping all of our horses on both surfaces, both the fast track as well as the firm turf course as well. We've got 2 quarter horse races as well. So if Martha's your favorite, like she is mine, you're going to be enjoying 2 previews from Miss Martha, who is guaranteed at least 1 winner. Otherwise, you get your money back. 23 minutes away from the opener, though. Let's go through these first 5 races, how I viewed them. I put together a ticket. Maybe you want to take some handicapping angles, whatnot, or maybe you want to cross out what I use and try and go a different direction completely. Either way, we're going to have an awesome day here on Hump Day at Horseshoe Indy. Scratch Cooter's numbers out of race number 1. The 6 and the 9 are out. Reaching Out and God and Luck are out of the opener here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I'm going to go 1, 2, 8, and 10. Got to be honest, don't love this race. Maiden's 2-year-old maiden claiming later on in the season. There's not a lot to go on paper, and if you're feeling overly confident, this is a tough race to feel confident. If you are confident in this group on the track, you are much braver than I. I'm going to throw out the first-time starters. I think if a first-time starter was ready to go and ready to win early on, they may have tried the maiden special weight level, which come mid-October, maybe watered down a little bit. A lot of the very talented ones or early and precocious ones have exited the maiden special weight ranks. So debuting at maiden claiming mid-October probably not ideal. Things haven't gone as planned, so I'm going to lean into some horses with experience. 1, 2, 8, and 10 for yours truly. All horses with experience, but many of them have been beaten by city blocks recently. Quite a few going from maiden special weight down to maiden, claiming hopefully that experience will do us well in the opener. 1, 2, 8, and 10. Not a lot of confidence in the opener, but there will be more confidence beginning that pick 4. $1 minimum, 15% takeout, pick 4. I'm all about the 8 in here. I think this is the single G-Force Jimmy. Not very often do you get 2 to 5 or 3 to 5 and call that value. It could be in this case. Now, the problem is G-Force Jimmy does not like to win. 5 second-place finishes. The lone win was a photo finish in which he beat Temple Painter, who has gone on to be a stakes winner since that race. Has lost numerous photo finishes, including in the Hoosier Bred Sophomore Handicap, as well as in the First Lady Handicap as well. Poor Pamela, she's had to have her blood pressure medicine ready to rock and roll because she has lost some very, very tight photos in 6-figure races. I think G-Force Jimmy is just the best animal in here. She gets in with her best friends, gets some relief in here against some other foes. She's got tactical speed, doesn't necessarily need the lead. She's drawn to the outside. She gets Joe Ramos, who's been red hot in the saddle. There's a lot to like about G-Force Jimmy, and many of us in the stock market would take a 10, 20 cent return on their dollar investment. Today, I think that could be an opportunity today with G-Force Jimmy at around 2 to 5 or 3 to 5 in race number 2. Race number 3, the first of 4 events on that firm turf course today. If you're looking for the Horseshoe hat trick, that'll begin in the 5th race along with the Itoba pick 4. Scratch number 8, Chiseler, out of this event. This is a tricky one. You've got horses shipping in from around the country. I think Hedwig is a little bit intriguing, 15 to 1. Jesus Cruz is a guy who's done very well, and he's done well with Wasabi Ventures. This horse was previously owned by a different group. Wasabi Ventures took over, ran a huge race at Belterra. It didn't run very well at Turfway Park. Jesus Cruz, sneaky good trainer. However, this will be his debut at Horseshoe Indianapolis, at least in the last 5 years. No starts. Recently gelded, in for a tag, but not waving the white flag by any means. That 4-time winner from 9 starts is on the board at 15 to 1. Bala Kazoo, Joe Ramos, the Gorham gang, the Kentucky-bred 5-year-old is cutting back, should be sharper today. Sawyer Fox for Catalino Thoroughbreds. Wayne Catalino having himself an awesome last 5 months. He's been red hot, could be the speed from Chicago. After that, I think the 7 and the 9 deserve a look. Linzer ran a huge race in the slot, beating the red-hot Hawkeye, who's won 4 in a row. And then Balsa, Aaron Shorter, Luis Contreras in here. Never involved last time out. I think we'll absolutely appreciate being back on the turf today. A wide-open event in race number 3, one you're likely going to have to follow the tote board on. Scratch numbers 1 and 5 in race number 4 kicks off that late fire 5. Race number 4, a challenging one. Again, the confidence is low. You've got claiming maidens, all bred in the state of Indiana, state-bred competition. Tempest Jill, 3 to 1, is a horse who's been on the turf, has never really shown sprint speed, now down on the inside. I think the route races were likely the right distance for Tempest Jill, now cuts back and finds a bunch of horses who just haven't been able to close the deal up. You've got one first-time starter, Total Luna Eclipse. Mitch Murrow gets aboard for DeVaris Douglas. That one could be any sort. A homebred for Merrill Roberts. Again, overall, I'm going to lean into horses with experience. The one horse I'm going to use that may be overlooked by many, Joe Ramos, riding for Jay Holden. Jay Holden owns, trains, and bred this 3-year-old filly. Her numbers are right in line with Nancy's Kitten, who is going to take some action based on that early speed. You've got Fernando de la Cruz. Joe Davis owns and trains. I think the 10's going to take a lot of action. The 11's going to be overlooked, even though the 11 has run just as good and has beaten Nancy's Kitten in the past. That could be a separator in that late fire 5 that I will use on my ticket, 12 to 1 on the board. Race number 5, 1 mile, non-winners of 2. Going to be the distance scratch 2, 5, 12, 15, and 16. 2, 5, 12, 15, and 16. I'm not going to really pay attention to the morning lines, but if these horses do go off at these posted morning lines, which they won't with 5 scratches, 8 to 1 on reading time would be an absolute gift, as would 15 to 1 on Perfect Snow. Bone Chance, you've got the horse by that similar name over at Keeneland in the 7th race today, but Bone Chance Farm here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, the Kentucky-bred 3-year-old filly coming in off of a win, takes on winners for the first time. That horse has plenty of upside. We're not going to get anywhere near 15 to 1, but is certainly a good play in here, and then right in that wrong. This is likely going to be your clear third choice. I think the 1 and the 6 are going to take the lion's share of the wagering. The 9 is a horse stretching out for 2 turns for the first time. I always take notes. Every race I watch, try and take notes. This horse debuted here last year, October 9th, almost a year ago to the day, going 5 furlongs, ran second, swung widest of all, finished up very willingly, galloped out best. In my notes, take it for what you want. I lose far more than I win, but indicated that this horse can handle longer. Today gets that opportunity. Third start off the layoff, gets some class relief from the allowance ranks to the claiming ranks with Rodney Prescott aboard. Jim Corrigan owns and trains, and a filly that I think may relish some added ground, and the 1 and the 6 are going to be overbet. The 9 is the separator in that race, righting that wrong. Going to be a play for me in that horseshoe hat trick, as is the Itoba pick 4. An excellent card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've made it midway through the month of October, midway through the racing week, and we've got a ton of action. 10 of them stacked up and ready to rock and roll here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Speaking of ready to rock and roll, the wordsmith, the one and only John G. Dooley up in the announcer's booth. He'll take you through the scratches and changes, and we'll be off and running before you know it. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Good luck today.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 10 races carded. Under cloudy skies, temperatures in the 70s. Main track fast. There's 4 carded for the turf course. Turf course rated firm, and out there on that Caesars course, the portable rail this week was set at 24 feet. Tractors on the main track fast if you have your programs close by. Let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Numerous changes. Opening maiden juvenile sprint starts off the 50-cent early pick 5. Top of the card, scratch number 6, Reachin' Out, and number 9, God and Luck. Scratch the 6 and the number 9. Number 7, Gray Eclipse, a change of jockey to Joe Ramos. Waive the apprentice allowance, 120 the corrected weight. Joe Ramos, after a riding triple here on yesterday's card, now with 78 wins here this season, Joe Ramos rides the first-time starter, number 7, Gray Eclipse. In the second race mile, there are no scratches. Number 4, Vortex Express, a change of jockey to Alex Zachard. Waive the apprentice allowance, corrected weight 119. Joseph Romero off all of his mounts here on the card. For Vortex Express, the jockey Alex Zachard. Waive the bug, corrected weight to 119. Turning to the third, and in the turf sprint, first scratch number 8, Chisler. Number 8, Chisler, has been scratched. Number 7, Linzer, a change of jockey to Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Starts the card with 57 wins here this meet. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. rides number 7, Linzer, and scratch the 8. And the fourth of our 10 carded. Maiden sprint starts the 50-cent late pick 5. Scratch 1, Jello Bean, and the 5, Cover Art. Scratch the 1 and the number 5. 7, Ruthie Ozark, a change of jockey to Santo Sanjor. Wave the bug. 122 corrected weight there. Santo Sanjor rides number 7, Ruthie Ozark. On to the 5th we go. Start here of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3 with the Distaff Turf Mile. Going over the scratches, take out the 2, Call Me Tony. Number 5, Bembridge Ledge. Scratch the 12, Frosted Kisses. The 15, Fascinator. and the 16, 'Tis Salty. Note the 13, I'm a Cookie Lover, draws in. The 14, Miss Tekka, will run, and the jockey will be Orlando Mexica. Orlando Mexica on the 14, Miss Tekka, scratch the 2-5, 12, 15, and the number 16. And another jockey change there for number 3, Lulu B. The rider will be Alex Achard. Wait's okay. Alex Achard rides 3, Lulu B. Following the turf mile, race 6 sprint. Here, no scratches, no rider changes. 2 Slam Dunk Justice, 2 pounds over the listed program weight. On to the 7th we go. Another Distaff turf mile. Here, scratch 7 Timeless Rose. 8 Stupendous. Take out the 14 Lover Lots. 15 CB. And scratch number 16 Mila Junes. 13 Cookie Berry draws in. Noting Kookaberry, the number 13 will run. There's also a jockey change for number 10, Barb's Vortex, to the meat leader. Fernando de la Cruz, waive the apprentice allowance, 119 the corrected weight. Leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 97 wins here this meet will ride number 10, Barb's Vortex. And the 8th race, turf sprint with no scratches, all 11 run. Number 3, Fear and Loathing, a jockey change to Hannah Leahy. Corrected weight to 122. Waive the 5-pound apprentice allowance. 122 corrected weight. Hannah Leahy on number 3, Fear and Loathing. Races 9 and 10, a couple of quarter horse maiden juvenile dashes over the 300 yards. In the 9th, scratch the also eligibles. 11 Flying Ivory. 12 HF Liza Jane. 13 HH Chasing CJ, and the 14 Lil Miss Win. In the body of the field, number 5, One Sweet Cigar. There's a jockey change now to Aaron Hunt, 5 over. Aaron Hunt will ride number 5, One Sweet Cigar, plus 5. Race 10, last of the day, due at 6:43. Scratch the also eligibles. These scratches, AEs. Race 10, 11 LB, Royal Quick Perry. 12 Jessar Patriot, scratch the 13 Pop Sicario SM, and take out the 14 Political Jester, scratch the also eligibles. There a look at the changes on today's 10-race card. Cloudy skies, temperatures in the lower 70-degree range. Main track fast, 4 Cardiff for the turf course. Course rated firm with the turf rail out there on that Caesars course set at 24 feet this race week. Thursday post time, like today at 2:10. Horses in the walking ring for the maiden sprint opener. Starts off the 50-cent early pick 5. A couple of pick 5s here daily with the low 11.99% takeout. Post time, 9 minutes away. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race. Top of the card with a maiden sprint over the 5.5 furlongs. 8 juveniles run. Scratch the 6, reach it out, and take out the 9, God and Luck. Scratch the 6 and 9 from the race card. Number 7, Gray Eclipse. A jockey change again to Joe Ramos. Starts the card with 78 wins here this season. Wave the apprentice allowance 120. Joe Ramos rides the first time starter, the 7, Gray Eclipse. Race 1 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The start of our rolling doubles, pick 3s, 50-cent early, pick 5 starts now. Fast and firm. Turf rail out there on that Caesars course at 24 feet this race week. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden juvenile sprint. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Fast and firm. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for this maiden juvenile sprint. Luis Contreras, the King Stinger, first in. Josh Morales with Pray for Victory. First time starter, Gray Eclipse. Went in well. Joe Ramos scored a Tuesday triple. Now Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Maximum Justice. White with the turquoise stars and cap. Evan Roman with Legal Mayhem. Now the John Herron 2. Alberto Burgos with Crazy Legs Mike. The newcomer, Crazy Legs Mike, went in okay. Samuel Bermudez with Mountain Mike at 5.5 furlongs. One more. Three-time started Not That Sleepy. Rodney Prescott with 4,162 career wins. Fast and firm for today's 10-race card. Here comes the first. All in. Going and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Maximum Justice caught a flyer. Quickly engaged toward the inside by Pray for Victory in the red cap, who's now moving through for Joshua Morales to take a short lead from that quick starting Maximum Justice, who's right there with the turquoise cap. There's the newcomer, Gray Eclipse, who's making a bid now from third past the half-mile pole. On the outside is Legal Mayhem, and Not That Sleepy is on the extreme outside. They're well-grouped, these leaders, as they round the far turn. Then comes Mountain Mike with Crazy Legs Mike, and the King Stinger has dropped back to last year in the Wednesday opener. Quarter 22.82 seconds now on the edge of the quarter pole. Pray for Victory. Maximum Justice has been pressing hard as Gray Eclipse is coming with a sweep now for Joe Ramos as these maiden juveniles level up for home. Then toward the inside as they straighten away, Mountain Mike on the far outside, Legal Mayhem. And then Crazy Legs Mike along with Not That Sleepy and the King Stinger. There's 1 furlong to go. This newcomer, it's Gray Eclipse. Gray Eclipse leads from Maximum Justice in a game effort on the outside. Gray Eclipse is near home for Joe Ramos. The son of Calculator. Gray Eclipse won by 2 from Maximum Justice, kept at bay. Pray for Victory was third. Legal Mayhem finished fourth. .107.16 after the maiden juvenile sprint. 107.16. 7-2-1-8, the unofficial run order. Number 7, Gray Eclipse. 9-2 first. 2, Maximum Justice. 7-1 on the runner-up. Number 1, Pray for Victory at 2-1 third. And 8, Legal Mayhem at 8-1 fourth. Hold all tickets until official. Joe Ramos, after a riding triple here on Tuesday's card, starts Wednesday off with his 79th win of the meet. Randy Klopp with his 53rd victory of the season. Klopp at the top of the card. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, race 1 official, the 7 Gray Eclipse with Joe Ramos. Gray Eclipse is a 2-year-old. Gray roan gelding by Calculator. Out of the Moro Oro mare, Miss Smitty. Randy Klopp with his leading 53rd victory of the season. Here for Gran and Charles Turner. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of this first-timer, Gray Eclipse, a 9-2 winner. First results in 7-2 exacta, $76. 50-cent trifecta, 7-2-1 paid $79.20. Legal Mayhem ran third in the maiden. 10-cent superfecta, 7-2-1-8 paid $56.28. 8 faces the starter, fast track 107.16. 24 minutes away from race 2 in the Phillies Mile. No scratches. Number 4 Vortex Express. A change of jockey to Alex Achard. Waive the apprentice allowance, 119 corrected weight. Alex Achard on 4 Vortex Express. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. The Phillies Mile starts the $1 early pick 4. If you're just joining, we are fast and firm. Post time 2:43 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment, our first race replay of the Maiden Juvenile Sprint. Hope you had a bet on Gray Eclipse. Comes the first, all in. Going and running out, Horseshoe Indianapolis. Maximum Justice caught a flyer. Quickly engaged toward the inside by Pray for Victory and the red cap, who's now moving through for Joshua Morales to take a short lead from that quick starting Maximum Justice, who's right there with the turquoise cap. There's the newcomer, Gray Eclipse, who's making a bid now from third past the half-mile pole. On the outside is Legal Mayhem, and Not That Sleepy is on the extreme outside. They're well grouped, these leaders, as they round the far turn. Then comes Mountain Mike with Crazy Legs Mike, and the King Stinger has dropped back to last year in the Wednesday opener. Quarter 22.82 seconds now on the edge of the quarter pole. Pray for Victory. Maximum Justice has been pressing hard as Gray Eclipse is coming with a sweep now for Joe Ramos as these maiden juveniles level up for home. Then toward the inside as they straighten away, Mountain Mike on the far outside, Legal Mayhem. And then Crazy Legs Mike along with Not That Sleepy and the King Stinger. There's one furlong to go. This newcomer, it's Gray Eclipse. Gray Eclipse leads from Maximum Justice in a game effort on the outside. Gray Eclipse is near home for Joe Ramos. The son of Calculator. Gray Eclipse won by 2 from Maximum Justice, kept at bay. Pray for Victory was third. Legal Mayhem finished fourth. Comes the
Oh yeah, him. So nasty.
Hey,
What?
who's the funniest jockey in the jock stand?
Funniest? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go with Joe Ramos.
Elias? Who's the funniest? Elias?
Yeah.
Elias is the funniest?
Yes.
Alberto Burgo.
Alberto?
Funniest? Probably my dad or Fernando.
You?
Manny Esquivel.
Manny?
I don't know.
Who do you think's the funniest?
Canotro. I don't know. He's the best.
He's the best.
Serious, Fernando.
The most serious? Marcelino.
I guess Tommy. I don't know.
Who's the dirtiest jockey in the jock stand? Whatever, mister. I have to take a shower before I can get my... What?
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
See the state's top thoroughbreds and quarter horses compete for year-end honors in the 6th Annual Indiana Champions Day, Saturday, October 25th at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Plus, enjoy a free cigar rolling station with those 21 years of age and older, along with handicapping contests, $3,000 mega bet wagers, winner's circle giveaways, and more. Indiana Champions Day, Saturday, October 25th at 11 a.m. More information available on our social media at HS Indy Racing, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville.
10 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a field of 8. Current favorites, my top selection. 1 mile on the dirt allowance, and this is for Indiana bred fillies and mares. We do have a jockey change on the 4. A fracture, I'm not really sure any particulars, but Joe Romero is good. I talked to Bugsy and, his agent, Jeremy Akeridge. He's a little fracture, I think, and a couple of other minor things. Thank God. So he's good. So we do have those jockey changes for you today, and Vortex Express will be ridden by Alex Achard. Marcelino picked up a couple. Alex picked up a couple. I'm going to go to the 8 here. G-Force Jimmy. 7-5. Ramos is not messing around. You can tell he is very serious. It's a big gap to Fernando in the lead, but he's hungry and he's riding like it. So he's coming off a triple in this yesterday, a double for Klopp. 2 of the 3 were for Klopp, including a $22 winner. And then in the opener, he wins again, an $11 winner for Klopp. So Ramos looking for a double in this race. If he can get it done with G-Force Jimmy, he's going to go back-to-back triple-double. And then he's got some nice shots later in the card. She is such a cute little filly. She's making her 10th lifetime start. She has 1 win, 5 seconds. She loves to get second. She definitely is a tracker. She doesn't necessarily want to be on the lead, but she does want to be involved early. If she doesn't get close early, it's a little bit different. She did run on the slop and put up a 75 at a mile and a 16th. Like I said, we are going a mile today. But if you go through these past performances and you draw a line through the July 5th allowance race, that was a 5th place finish. She's never not been worse than 2nd and 2. So just a talented filly by Jimmy Creed. Got the hot connections. She was the beaten favorite last time. But honestly, like I said, she overcame an awkward start. She's had a little bit of trouble too, and she's a hard knocking mare. Well, okay, I take that back. One time she was 5th, but she was only 5th by a length. That was 3 back. So sprinting. So I'm counting that as a very nice finish anyway. But yeah, a lot of second place finishes for this girl. Let's see if we can get her to the winner's circle today. She's definitely got a lot of talent and some good speed. Then we'll go to the 7 at 6-1, and that is Tap Bonnet. Marcelino Pedroza is aboard here for trainer Tony Granitz. This is a 3-year-old filly by Tapiture. She's making her 12th lifetime start. She got a win, a 2nd, and 3/3. So 5 out of 11. She's getting back on dirt, which I think is the difference. So the few that kind of jumped off the page at me, that sloppy try was 3rd. Both the 1st and 2nd, it was by 8. So Chana Del Mar and Pay Me Later both came back to win. Those are some nice horses. So that 3rd, I like it. Then you go back, go through the stakes race. Ellen's Lucky Star, we'll just scratch that out. And then she was 3rd by 2 at a mile and 70, very similar race on June 12th. So if she can run back to that, definitely going to be a threat. He's 18%, Tony Granitz, with dirt tries, but I always watch him when he's on the grass. And a sharp work on the 9th, 4 furlongs, 48-3, breezing 3 of 26. Then I'm going to go to the 2. I like the 2 and I like the 4, but the 2, 4-1 right now on the choke board gets our leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz here for Mike Tomlinson. And this is the 2nd time with winners. And I always try to tell you guys, a horse needs to do things a couple times, most likely. That's just their nature. Sometimes you get a beast that takes to it like a duck to water, but horses more often than not improve greatly doing something twice than the first time they do it. She has an early pace rating of 89. Hopefully she can hang on, but she did win by a nose 6 furlongs August 16th. And now she's going a mile. She's never been a mile before, so that's a little bit of a question mark. But she was 4th first time with winners. Like I said, 2nd time with winners off of a sharp work on October 8th, 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 2, breezing 2 of 3. So kind of an interesting one theoretically. it's obviously a question mark because she's only ran with winners once in that allowance. She was kind of brushed at the start too, but it was a shorter field of 5, so I feel like that's not really a big excuse here. She has ran against Vortex Express before, so obviously a similar group. I'm going to round it out with the 2 as Fernando hops up there on theoretically and heads out. 8-7-2 for me here in the second race. Good luck.
The fillies stepping onto the track for the second race mile. A field of 8. With no scratches, number 4, Vortex Express, noted jockey change to Alex Sechard. Wave the apprentice allowance 119, corrected weight. Alex Sechard rides for Vortex Express here in the mile. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Start to the $1 early pick 4. Parading with 3 minutes to post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the Phillies Mile. Starts the $1 early pick four. Fast and firm. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Santos Sanjor with Happy Match. Evan Roman. Quibble has joined Happy Match, loading up for the mile. Now theoretically, leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 97 wins here this season. Jose Gutierrez, Matoli Secret drew 6. Alberto Burgos with fifth wheel. Like Quibble, both for Mike Lauer. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Tap Bonnet. Went well, 2 back. Alex Achard with Vortex Express. G-Force Jimmy, 1-2 favorite. Over the mile, here's G-Force Jimmy. Joe Ramos won the opener for his 750th career win. Second of the day, they're in the gate. They're off. Off to an even start. Fast start from Matoli Secret. Theoretically is right there toward the inside. Vortex Express going for an early run for Alex Achard as they charge into the first turn. Vortex Express to the lead as these fillies go to the back of the track. Matoli Secret in the black cap. Theoretically is third upon settling there for Fernando de la Cruz. On the outside is Tap Bonnet running in fourth. Joe Ramos and G-Force Jimmy running a wide fifth as they go up the back. Then toward the inside is Fifth Wheel, who's racing 5 lengths clear from a Quibble, and Happy Match has dropped back to last. The first 2 of 8 furlongs in 24.41 seconds. Vortex Express leads the mile. For the run to the half-mile pole, Vortex Express in front by a length and a half. Matoli Secret follows the leader there for Jose Gutierrez. And then comes Tap Bonnet, who's together with Theoretically. On the outside is G-Force Jimmy, who's drawn to within 5 lengths off this leader. Then comes Fifth Wheel, put to pressure to raise an effort now with 3 furlongs to go. Happy Match and Quibble at the back of the pack. Half mile for the front runner, Vortex Express. 48.59 seconds, steady as she goes. It's Vortex Express who spearheads them coming toward the quarter pole from G-Force Jimmy, who's now gearing up for a run. Matoli Secret on the outside, Tap Bonnet in the yellow cap. To the inside, Theoretically. Vortex Express spins them in. And then Quibble with Fifth Wheel and Happy Match. Top of the lane, 3/4. 1 minute 13.54 seconds. The longtime leader for Alex Achard. Vortex Express staring at 1 more 16th. Theoretically up the inside, tries to gain. On the outside, G-Force Jimmy, Tap Bonnet, and Fifth Wheel. They're close to home. It's Vortex Express. Vortex Express has finished them off. Vortex Express, an all-the-way winner from Theoretically. Quibble gained third, then Tap Bonnet and Happy Match. 139.72 after the distaff mile. 139.72, 4.2574. Vortex Express, 5-1 first, 2 theoretically. 6-1 second, number 5 Quibble. 17-1 third, and 7 Tap Bonnet at 6-1 fourth. Followed home by Happy Match with Matoli's Secret. Fifth Wheel and G-Force Jimmy flattened out at 2-5. Hold all bets until official. Alex Achard picks this up for Ron Harrell. Vortex Express, there she is, and all the way, 5-1 winner. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 4, Vortex Express with Alex Achard. Vortex Express is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Bucaro. Out of the Johar mare, Polar Vortex. Rondi Herald trains for Vortex Racing LLC. Brian Reed, Aaron Reed, and Keith Wexler. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Vortex Express, wire to wire. It's official. Results and prices after the mile. 4-2 Exacta paid $144. 50-cent trifecta. 4-2-5, $327.90. 7-4 the opening double, combining Gray Eclipse with Vortex Express. Returned $152.80. Tap Bonnet was fourth in the mile. 10-cent superfecta. Returned $130.53. All 8 ran 139.72 after the running of race 2. Third race next on the docket. The first of 4 today on the turf course, rated firm. Turf rail set at 24 feet out there on that Caesars course. And the turf sprint, scratch number 8, Chisler. Number 8, Chisler has been scratched. 7, Linzer. A jockey change to Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. 57 wins here this season. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. rides number 7, Linzer. Turf sprint with Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double and pick 3 wagering featured. Post time, 3:16. They're in the gate. They're off. Off to an even start. Fast start from Matoli's Secret. Theoretically is right there toward the inside. Vortex Express going for an early run for Alex Achard as they charge into the first turn. Vortex Express to the lead as these fillies go to the back of the track. Matoli's Secret in the black cap. Theoretically is third upon settling there for Fernando de la Cruz. On the outside is Tap Bonnet running in fourth. Joe Ramos and G-Force Jimmy running a wide fifth as they go up the back. Then toward the inside is Fifth Wheel, who's racing 5 lengths clear from a Quibble, and Happy Match has dropped back to last. The first 2 of 8 furlongs in 24.41 seconds. Vortex Express leads the mile. For the run to the half-mile pole, Vortex Express in front by a length and a half. Matoli's Secret follows the leader there for Jose Gutierrez, and then comes Tap Bonnet, who's together with Theoretically. On the outside is G-Force Jimmy, who's drawn to within 5 lengths off this leader. Then comes fifth wheel, put to pressure to raise an effort now with 3 furlongs to go. Happy Match and Quibble at the back of the pack. Half mile for the front runner, Vortex Express. 48.59 seconds, steady as she goes. It's Vortex Express who spearheads them coming toward the quarter pole from G-Force Jimmy, who's now gearing up for a run. Matoli's Secret on the outside, Tap Bonnet in the yellow cap. To the inside, theoretically. Vortex Express spins them in. And then Quibble with fifth wheel and Happy Match. Top of the lane, 3/4. 1 minute 13.54 seconds. The longtime leader for Alex Achard. Vortex Express staring at 1 more 16th. Theoretically up the inside, tries to gain. On the outside, G-Force Jimmy, Tap Bonnet, and fifth wheel. They're close to home. It's Vortex Express. Vortex Express has finished them off. Vortex Express, an all-the-way winner from Theoretically. Quibble gained third, then Tap Bonnet and Happy Match. They're in the game. They're off. Off to an even.
you try and give them the best opportunity. And I don't know so much that it's just because it's girls, but you try to empower women because it is a very tough business. My dad, Jim Elliott, lives in Brookston. He bought a farm when I was a year old. So I grew up in it day to day. We come in, we usually make a schedule the night before of who's galloping, who's walking, and who goes to the Eurosizer. And then we have to get in touch with jock agents to schedule breezes for the jockeys. Someone comes in at 5 and feeds at 5 in the morning. Then we feed lunch around 11, 11:30. And then that's usually our day. And then we get ready for the races.
Definitely a man's world back here, but all of us women, we really band together. We have a really great community and we all support each other, and that means so much. There's so much emotion that goes into it when you do work that hard. You know, talent gets you very far at times, but when you put the hard work into it on top of it, it gets you places that you never thought you could go. You definitely have to work a little harder, but I think we also have an edge to us that not a lot of men have, and I like to take advantage of that as much as I can. Now I'm a jockey, living my dream.
It's a man's sport, for sure. Like, I think women, some people look at them, and I think I'm a little more affectionate with my horses, more hands-on. You know, it's an industry where all your top trainers are men, so I think people look to that. I started underneath my grandpa, Calvin Prescott. Prior to that, I've always had horses in my life. I barrel raced. Went to college at Ball State, and then I got back into horses with my grandpa, and I think my own trainer's license was probably somewhere around 2003, maybe, something like that. Started out with just a few. Eventually, I started breeding my own horses, and now I'm up to, I don't even know, 40-something, so a lot.
Hola, mi nombre es Cheneveli. Soy Jaguaker, trabajo con Michelle Elliott, tengo aproximadamente 2 años de estar trabajando acá, soy del país de Guatemala.
There's a lot more women in this business now than when I first started 35 years ago. Being a woman, other women feel threatened by you sometimes, so it's always a good idea to go chat with the ladies first. They're your biggest asset and your biggest allies. Women will stick together if you give them a shot.
9 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We got a 3-year-old and up allowance optional claiming for $50,000, and they're going 5/8 on the grass. We have a very nice field of 8 in here, as we did scratch Chiseler out of this race. Right now, the current favorite is the 3 in here. This is a really kind of wide open group. You can see that there's 4 or 5 horses in here that I think all have a good chance, but you got to make a choice. So I went with the 4. I'm going to go with Sawyer Fox on top. And I like Sawyer Fox already, but one of my good friends and comes to the track patron, his name is Sawyer. I texted him today and I said, "You're in the races today." He said, "Bet the farm." So it's a little bit of a hunch play because there's so many horses. So I'm telling you guys, sometimes you got to just look for signs. But what a nice looking guy Sawyer Fox is. 5-year-old gelding, bay gelding. He looks really fit, really muscular in there. He hasn't been worse than second in 5 starts. He won by a neck last time. He's been at Hawthorne mainly in their allowances. Now, look at these past performances. This guy has been running up against kind of the same group, but he has been going back and forth with, I think that horse is El Macho, Punch Attack. All these horses have come back to win. Seen Quanon, I should have texted Jim. I was just texting him and asked him some of these horses' names. But if you go through there, you can see any of the names in italics are horses that came back to win the next race. So he's been knocking heads with a couple of these horses. He won by 9, breaking the maiden back on August 23. Then he took the whole year of 2024 off. Then they bring him back in June this year at Hawthorne in an allowance, and he wins by 6.5. So whatever was wrong was fixed. Either maybe he needed to grow up a little bit. I don't know. He put up an 81 Brisnet speed figure, which was the best that he had after a year off, which is kind of crazy. And he was the heavy favorite, too. I would think there would have been a kind of a question mark. Then he was the favorite the next time and only got beaten ahead. Then on September 11th, he was the heavy favorite. He won by a neck with J-Love up. So now he gets Javier Barcinas. He's up for my favorite human, Wayne Catalano. He's bred this horse. He co-owns this horse with Laz Racing Stable. And I just love that, whatever the reason for the 2024 off, it's so like Catman to do what he's got to do. He's got early speed. The work since that last race as well, on the turf, going 5.5. And today we're going to go 5 on the turf, so very similar. He put in a work at Churchill on the 27th, 47, breezing 3 of 177. And then on October 9th, he put in a bullet 4 furlongs, 47 flat, breezing 1 of 61. So I love the 4. I just think that, I loved him anyways. And then there's the hunch play you get with the name. That's always something to take in consideration, and that's coming from a professional handicapper. Professional. 5-1, Foxtrot Anna. Foxtrot Anna is a 6-year-old gelding, and Justin Wojnicki, I always butcher his name, but Justin has this horse and has been running him in Kentucky recently. So he had, the spring in Florida where he was in tough. Then he was at Ellis, did well with Sophie, and then Sophie went with him to Kentucky, and he didn't like that at all. Now, look at these races that this horse has been running in. I mean, he's been running in 12, 10-horse fields. He's been in really classy races with horses who have come back to win in almost every race that he finished in there in Gulfstream and Churchill. I think that he's going to like the Indiana turf. He has ran here once, and it was a win. So he's back, and another one. It's got a pretty good shot. Rail's been all right, and it's third off the layoff for him. Then I'm going to go to the 7, and that's 7-2 right now. Linzer, another one. I haven't gone downstairs yet, but if Joe's here, don't bet. Every time Joe says every time he comes to Indiana, it doesn't happen. He broke the duck a while ago, but if he's not here, bet Linzer the 7. This one was bred by Godolphin and owned by Carl Moore Management. Marcelino up here today. No Gabe. Third off the layoff, Joe's 20%. Dirt to turf, Joe's 20%. Winner last time, Joe's 20%. And this year he's 22%. I think I saw he won his first big stakes race this year. He's just had a really phenomenal year. This horse has the highest last race speed rating of 86, won a neck with Gabe up on the slop. He's getting back to turf, early speed running style. So yeah, he definitely likes the off-going because he's got a couple good races there, and he loves the grass. So that one, I think the 6 Spankster is interesting on the drop. This is just, I got to hand it to Chris. This is a nice race. The 3 dropping out of Stakes Company. This is a tough one, this third race. We're 4 minutes to post, and the jockeys are getting the leg up. Horses are heading out to the track. Good luck.
The horses call postword for the third race. This is the first of 4 carded for the turf course today, rated for turf rail out there on that Caesars course set at 24 feet this race week. We are firm and fast. Here a field of 8. Number 8 Chisler has been scratched. Scratch 8 Chisler. 7 Linzer, the jockey Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. 57 wins here this season. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on 7 Linzer. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Parading with 2 minutes to post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the turf sprint. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Crossing over to the turf course for the first time here today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. On final approach for the sprint start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Orlando Mexico with Foxtrot Anna. First of 8 to move into the starting gate here. Fernando de la Cruz with Secret Chat. Joined Foxtrot Anna. Now Carlos Barbosa with Hedwig. Hedwig in the black. Joseph Biemer with Spankster. Hedwig now has gone all in. Spankster loaded. Bala Kazoo. Joe Ramos won the opener. Gray Eclipse and Vortex Express our first two winners. Now Javier Padron Barcenas with Sawyer Fox. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Linzer wended well, one more. Luis Contreras with Balsa. It's the first of 4 today on the turf course firm, another 24 feet. This field with 28 wins between them, all in line. They're off, racing 5 furlongs. Balakazoo missed the jump. Fast start for nearest the inside, Hedwig. And there's on the outside, Linzer, who's making a dash for it for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Linzer heads them off, streaking past the half-mile pole from Hedwig, who's battling Sawyer Fox for second as they make their way toward the far turn that way. Foxtrot Anna in the purple cap, just in advance of Balsa. Then it's a break of 6 more lengths back there as they round the far turn to Spankster, who's racing outside of toward the rail. Secret Chat, who's running second to last, and slow starting Balakazoo trails. The quarter blasted past. It was posted under 21 seconds as they straighten away. Linzer, Hedwig is right there. Foxtrot Anna with the rail run. Now charging as Balsa in the blue cap. 1 furlong to go. Linzer is still there. Linzer led soon after the start. Hedwig is 3 lengths in back of Linzer now for the final half furlong. Hedwig continues to pursue. Foxtrot Anna, Balsa flattens out, and it is Linzer. Linzer repeats at the meet, 1 by 2. Hedwig was second, Foxtrot Anna third, and Secret Chat finished fourth. 55.70. Corsair Firm, rail at 24 feet, 7.215, the unofficial. 7, Linzer. At 4-1 first, 2, Hedwig. 5-2 on the runner-up. 1, Foxtrot Anna, 5-1 third. And at 15-1 odds, 5, Secret Chat gets into the frame. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. His 58th victory of the season. Third on the leaderboard. Joe Sharp's repeat meet winner for Carl R. Moore Management. A turf sprint win today for the son of Street Sense. Linzer was 4-1 at the off. The result of the third race is official. Result confirmed by the judges. Linzer has beaten home Hedwig, Foxtrot Dana, Secret Chat fourth, 7-2-1-5 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 7, Linzer picks up another meet win today under the hands of Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Linzer's a 4-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Street Sense. Out of Macaroon by Cabot. Joe Sharp trains this repeat meet winner for Carl R. Moore Management, LLC. Dirt and a turf sprint win today. Congratulations to the connections of Linzer. The 7-2 exacta returned $63.80. 50-cent trifecta 7-2-1, $72.20. 4 and 7 double paid $77.80. First pick 3 on the Wednesday card. Here linking up Gray Eclipse with Vortex Express to Linzer. The 747 pick 3 paid $203.10. Secret Chat ran fourth. 10-cent superfecta 7-2-1-5, $189.67. Course firm, rail at 24 feet this race week. 55.70. Clocked Linzer. Fourth race ahead in 21 minutes time. Fast main track for a maiden dash. Scratch 1, Jello Bean. Take out the 5, Cover Art. Scratch the 1 and number 5, 7, Ruthie Ozark. Change of jockey to Santo Sanjor. Waive the apprentice allowance 122 corrected weight. Santo Sanjor. Ride 7, Ruthie Ozark. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Maiden sprint starts the 50-cent late pick 5. Fast and firm, 3:48 post time. All in line. They're off. Racing 5 furlongs. Balakazoo missed the jump. Fast start for nearest the inside. Hedwig. And there's on the outside, Linzer, who's making a dash for it for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Linzer heads them off, streaking past the half-mile pole from Hedwig, who's battling Sawyer Fox for second as they make their way toward the far turn that way. Foxtrot Anna in the purple cap, just in advance of Balsa. Then it's a break of 6 more lengths back there as they round the far turn to Spangster, who's racing outside of toward the rail. Secret Chat, who's running second to last, and slow starting Balakazoo trails. The quarter blasted past. It was posted under 21 seconds as they straighten away. Linzer, Hedwig is right there. Foxtrot Anna with the rail run. Now charging as Balsa in the blue cap. 1 furlong to go. Linzer is still there. Linzer led soon after the start. Hedwig is 3 lengths in back of Linzer now for the final half furlong. Hedwig continues to pursue. Foxtrot Anna, Balsa flattens out, and it is Linzer. Linzer repeats at the meet 1 by 2. Hedwig was second, Foxtrot Anna third, and Secret Chat
13 minutes to the fourth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got a couple of scratches in this maiden claiming for 20 for Indiana Sire. They're on 6 furlongs on the dirt. The 1 Jello Bean is out, and the 5 Cover Art. I think that's a 9-horse field right now. The current favorite is the 2 I like on the drop, but I put the 6 Bootlegger Justice on top here. 4-1 right now on the tote board. Gets the service of Sammy Bermudez. Sammy B is riding here for Davaris Douglas. Davaris, first-time starter here with the 8 as well that I threw in because of the other Davaris angle. But we'll talk about that here in a little bit. So he's got a couple in here. 3-year-old filly. In this race, there are 3 horses that are making the very key drop. For those, most handicappers know this, but if you don't, maiden special weight to maiden claiming is a big, big difference. If a horse has never ran in maiden claiming, is doing so for the first time, it usually offers a lot of chance for improvement. So one of those horses is the 2, which is probably why his favorite. Now, Bootlegger Justice did run in maiden claiming before. I was back on the debut in August on the 7th and was second. Then they put her in a straight maiden, ended up 5th, and ran her as a maiden in the Hoosier Heartland. Those are also both sprint routes. She's going down from 1 mile and a 16th to 6 furlongs, so she's going a lot shorter. And we're really getting kind of the same situation as that nice second place finish. Gatlin Girl came back to win. The 3rd place finisher came back to win in that debut. Then she ran against a horse in the second race that came back to win. I think the drop in distance, the drop in class back to maiden claiming is going to make a big difference for her. Davaris, great guy, wonderful trainer, 20% going route to sprints, and she's a closer. So that might help if the front runners get tired in the end. She is filled out so nicely. She is, for a 3-year-old, she looks tremendous. Honestly, look at the muscle, the definition. She's just carrying really good flesh. Ears are pricked. She's not too excited, but she's not, moving slow. She's swishing the tail and looks ready to go. So I'm going to go with the 6 here on top. Now let's go to the 2, Tempest Jill, who's the heavy favorite at 6-5. I can't say I blame you guys at all with the 2. Jose Cazares, nice win yesterday for him. Ramos was up. That was one of his 3 wins. And this horse, okay, let's face it. They've tried her on turf plenty of times. And we get why. She's a kitten's joy, and they're just supposed to eat up the grass. Well, she doesn't like it. She's been 3rd a couple times routing. But I like that we're switching it all back up because, 1, she's only ran on dirt sprinting once, and it was the debut. And I say all the time, when you have horses that are doing something for the first time, I know I sound like a broken record, you cannot judge them off of that. Usually, for the most part, it takes, more often than not, it takes a couple times. So let's try it again. I love that we're doing that. I mean, she had a nice couple thirds routing on the grass, but let's get her to the winner's circle. I totally think between that and making that key drop I told you guys about for the first time to maiden claiming, that's also a big thing. Off of very little numbers, just a handful. He's had a few winners go from maiden to maiden claiming, not shockingly, and obviously flashed a little bit of speed in a few of these races, as you can see back in July and August, a couple where she went early and was second out of the gate and then 3rd. So she's on her toes and looks very nice in the paddock. She was kind of prancing around there. She's kind of, there she goes again. Yeah, look at that movement. Love that movement. And then I went with the other. I don't have a whole lot, a whole bunch of reasons, but I will tell you guys this, and I've talked to Jim Miller about this. When you're at a track every day and it's your only track you cover for a decade, you start figuring out little ticks that certain trainers have that you might not be able to see on paper, and I know people love that. Davaris doesn't run very many of the same or 2 horses from his barn at the same time. When it does, I've found that the other trainee, maybe not the one that doesn't get as much attention, usually runs really well. I don't have a whole bunch of stats to base off of. It's just something, like I told you, from being around him for so long that I've noticed. He hates when I talk about him and interview him, though. He thinks I jinx him, so I'm not going to toot his horn too much. But another great connections with the breeder owner, MC Roberts. Anyone here from Indiana loves MC. We named one of our handicaps after him this year. He retired, so now he's got these horses and he's letting DeVaris train them. 3-year-old filly by Looking Cool. That's a Candy ride. Mitchell Merle is up. Love that. Bet Mitch get risk. And a couple of works that I like coming in the race. September 30th, 49 flat from the gate. And 4 furlongs, 48-4 breezing. So the other ones don't really jump off the page, but a nice good work pattern. He had her in the gate back in July, had her in the gate October 4th. These are last year. So he had her in training last year and didn't start her. So she's had plenty of time. For whatever reason they waited. Maybe she needed a little bit of growing to do. She's a very cute little filly. And I'm just going to throw her in as a shot. I just have a feeling that DeVaris, his horse, is going to run good in here. 6-2-8 for me. Good luck.
The horses call postward now for the fourth race. Maiden sprint here over the 6. A field of 9. Scratch 1, Jello Bean, and 5, Cover Art. Scratch the 1 and the number 5. 7, Ruthie Ozark, a jockey change to Santo Sanjor. Wave the apprentice allowance 122, corrected weight. Santo Sanjor rides 7, twice started. Ruthie Ozark here in the maiden. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 starts to the 50-cent, late pick 5. We are fast and firm and but 1 minute away from schedule post. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden sprint starts the 50-cent, late pick 5. Fast and firm, less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Orlando Mexica, Tempest Jill, the first maiden to take his position in the starting gate. Loading in front of the starter. Santo Sanjor with Ruthie Ozark has joined Tempest Jill. Mitchell Merle, Total Luna Eclipse making her bow here in the maiden. Jose Gutierrez with Sassy Julia. Glitter Queen would be Marcelino Pedrosa Jr.'s double on the card. Now Alberto Burgos, Honey's on Fire, she's next. Fernando de la Cruz, the meet leader with Nancy's Kitten. At 6 furlongs, one more. 13-1 on Tap It Charm. Joe Ramos on the Wednesday scoreboard. Sammy Bermudez, Bootlegger Justice joins. Tap It Charm will be last. Fast and firm here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Start to the late pick 5 now. Here we go. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tap It Charm, sharp away on the far outside. Good speed from Total Luna Eclipse, and nearest the inside, Sassy Julia. Also right there is Glitter Queen, and Nancy's Kitten also forcing the issue as they go up the back. It's Total Luna Eclipse engaged toward the inside by Sassy Julia. They're head-to-head with on the outside Nancy's Kitten just off the duel. Glitter Queen's running in fourth. Toward the inside is Tempest Jill in fifth. Tap It Charm is a wide sixth after breaking sharp, now at the 3.5. Then on the far outside comes Ruthie Ozark with Honey's on Fire, and on the outside Bootlegger Justice trails the Maiden Filly Sprint. Quarter, a few ticks over 23 now at the 2.5, and the battle ensues. Total Luna Eclipse has locked horns with Sassy Julia. They take this confrontation past the quarter pole, and now here's Nancy's Kitten, who's gearing up for a run for Fernando de la Cruz. Nancy's Kitten is sweeping. Right there, Total Luna Eclipse, and toward the inside, Sassy Julia tries to kick on. Half mile, 47.22 seconds, and Glitter Queen just found a gaping hole and is charging hard now. On the far outside, Bootlegger Justice also launching late. They come past the 16th. It is Total Luna Eclipse for Mitchell Merle. Total Luna Eclipse near home. Total Luna Eclipse holding on. From Glitter Queen in a photo with Bootlegger Justice. Then Sassy Julia and Ruthie Ozark next. $113.32 after the Maiden Filly Sprint. 113.328. Total Luna Eclipse. 10-1 first. Seconds of photo. Very little in that place photo. Hold all tickets until official. Mitchell Merle gets on the Wednesday score sheet. Here on this newcomer for Devaris Douglas, the daughter of Looking Cool. At 10-1. Total Luna Eclipse. Number 9, Glitter Queen. 5-1 was second and nose over the 6. Bootlegger Justice, 4-5 late rally. And 3, Sassy Julia, 23-1 fourth. 8-9-6-3, Total Luna Eclipse has beaten home Glitter Queen, Bootlegger Justice, Sassy Julia fourth. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 8 Total Luna Eclipse with Mitchell Marule. Total Luna Eclipse. 3-year-old Dark Bear Brown filly by Looking Cool. Out of 5 Moons by Flower Alley. DeVaris Douglas trains this newcomer for Indiana breeder owner Merrill C. Roberts. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Total Luna Eclipse. Was a 10-1 winner of the maiden. The 50-cent pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4. Paid $277 even. 4 with the 7 with the 8. The exacta, 8, 9, paid $123. 50-cent trifecta, 8, 9, 6, $66.25. 7, 8 double paid $187.60. The 10-cent superfecta, $79.32. Sassy Julia ran 4th. In the maiden filly sprint, 1 and 5 were non-runners. Favorite, 3rd. 9 ran, 113.32. 21 minutes away from race 5. One of the 410A Carter for the Turfer. Turferella 24 feet. Scratch 2, Call Me Tony. Take out the 5, Bembridge Ledge. Scratch 12, Frosted Kisses. 15, Fascinator, and take out the 16, Tis Salty. Scratch the 2, 5, 12, 15, and the number 16. A couple of jockey changes. 3, Lulu B will be ridden by Alex Achard. Has a win on the card. Alex Achard on 3, Lulu B. Number 14, Miss Tekka draws in and will be ridden by Orlando Mojica. Orlando Mojica on the 14, Miss Tekka. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Starts at the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. Firm and fast. Post time will be at 4:20. Here we go. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tabit Charm, sharp away on the far outside. Good speed from Total Luna Eclipse, and nearest the inside, Sassy Julia. Also right there is Glitter Queen, and Nancy's Kitten also forcing the issue as they go up the back. It's Total Luna Eclipse engaged toward the inside by Sassy Julia. They're head-to-head with on the outside Nancy's Kitten just off the duel. Glitter Queen's running in 4th. Toward the inside is Tempest Jill in 5th. Tapit Charm is a wide 6th. They're breaking sharp now at the 3.5. Then on the far outside comes Ruthie Ozark with Honey's on Fire. And on the outside, Bootlegger Justice trails the maiden filly sprint. Quarter, a few ticks over 23 now at the 2.5. And the battle ensues. Total Luna Eclipse has locked horns with Sassy Julia. They take this confrontation past the quarter pole, and now here's Nancy's Kitten, who's gearing up for a run for Fernando Letta Cruz. Nancy's Kitten is sweeping. Right there, Total Luna Eclipse, and to the inside, Sassy Julia tries to kick on. Half mile, 47.22 seconds, and Glitter Queen just found a gaping hole and is charging hard now. On the far outside, Bootlegger Justice also launching late. They come past the 16th. It is Total Luna Eclipse for Mitchell Murrow. Total Luna Eclipse near home. Total Luna Eclipse holding on from Glitter Queen in a photo with Bootlegger Justice. Then Sassy
All right, guys, we're going to talk about the 5th race. But first, does anybody ever listen to me? What did I say about Tavares' other horse? Do I even listen to me? Why didn't I just put it on top? I thought it could get in the money. I didn't know it was going to win and beat his other one, the favorite. But yeah, that's one of those things that I've just noticed. It's only happened a handful of times, but I was spot on with that one. $22 winner for Tavares. Bet Mitch and get rich. I'm telling you. Yeah, so congratulations to D and also to MC Roberts. Saw he was in the winner's circle for that one. Reading Time is who I'm going to go with in this turf race. We're doing claiming for 15 here. Fillies and mares. And this group looks good. There's a couple of scratches. We're all non-2 in here. Orlando's going to be on the 14. Scratch, I'm going to go backwards. Scratch the 12, the 5. Alex is on the 3 and the 2. Call me Tony. I'm going to go with the 1 as we're showing here, and it is the favorite, and that is Reading Time. Peter Urton brings this one in. We all know the Urtons. Miss Brittany. Peter's a really great guy. He ran a horse in a Derby a few years back, and really nice. Love when he brings horses here, and they do well. Cannon Thoroughbreds bred, CRK Stable owns. This is a 3-year-old filly by City of Light, Quality Road, making her 6th lifetime start. She's got a win and a 3rd place finish. And once she got on the turf, that's when everything changed. They dropped her down, routed her on the turf, and she looked good doing it. Ramos rode her last couple back and was 3rd. Then they took her to Ellis in a maiden claim for 16. I don't know how they kept her. She won by 2.5 with Sophie, and I have cashed many a ticket and given a mini upset winner with Sophie on the grass. I'll tell you that for free. So we got a high percentage trainer. We got one of my favorite girl jockeys ever. Put up a 90 in the last race, which was the maiden breaking win, and put in a nice work. Now, October 3rd, 47-3 breezing, and October 10th, I talked to John the Clocker that does Churchill, and he says she's been working really good. Worked really well at Churchill. She definitely looked good in the morning, and you can see it in the work. So the 1 is who I'm going to go with. And then the 6, Perfect Snow, 7-2 right now on the top board. Evan Roman aboard for Palo Lobo. This is a 3-year-old filly. She's only ran 4 times, and it's either all or nothing for her. But let's take a look at these races. So she debuts on Poly Sprinting. Nothing there. She goes to Turfway on the Poly again. No way. Then she comes here on the turf, drops down, 20, a little bit of improvement. She was only beaten by 2 lengths in that race. First Kiss was in there. My top selection Reading Time was in there. Fascinator. Frosted Kisses was in there. And Fascinator obviously was an AE and not in this race, but that's who she's been running against. So really just a nice filly that's kind of been in some tough races. She got blocked, got out a bit awkward. I mean, the poor girl, she got checked a little bit, but she did really well in her last race. It's first time with winners, but they're starting her out in a nice claiming for 25. She obviously likes routing on the turf. We finally figured out what she likes. She is just a really, really, really nice looking gray filly. I'm a sucker for those grays. And then I'm going to go to the 4, and that is Gidget Rose Lee. The 4 is 7-1. Obviously, I tried to find a little bit of value here in this one. This is a 4-year-old filly by Golden Sense, so Into Mischief is in there, and she was at Ellis in Indiana. So she comes out in debut. I'm sorry, guys. She's been a little bit of everywhere and doing a little bit of everything, to be honest. So let's just start like we did before at the beginning, where she beaten by a neck here, routing on the turf in a maiden special weight. It gets muddy track at Ellis. She didn't like that. She finally gets back to routing here on September 3rd last year. And that race, I really don't have an excuse for other than the bump at the start, but I watched it. She wasn't bumped too bad. But when it's the first time that's happened, it might have taken her out a little bit. Then it comes off again in September. So let's just look at 2025. So 2025, She had excuses for last year for sure, I believe. She breaks the maiden, goes right into an allowance here, and she got out completely sideways out of the gate. So 2025, she's only been run twice. On May, she switched from Doug O'Neill's barn to Bill Cowan's. She ran in May at Belterra, even fourth. You know, just didn't really do much there. And then on August 27th, that wasn't an even fourth. I thought that was a 10-horse field. That's a 5-horse field. So she beat one horse. Then August 27th, she won a mile and 16. Those are both dirt races. We're on turf today. I think that's going to make all the difference in the world for her. She's really a pretty filly looking around in there. I mean, she looked alert. I didn't get a chance to look at them too much here today, but returning to turf, I think, is going to offer improvement, and she's had some time off as well. And she was a third last time, kind of a best of the rest situation there. So I'm going to round it out with her. She's 7-1. My favorite, though, reading time, 2-1 is my top selection. 164 here in the 5th. I do have a pick 4 ticket. Aaron was like, Rachel, do your pick 4 ticket, you lazy bum. 1 and 6 I put in here. The next race, I'll just flip it for you to tell you guys. The 6th race is an allowance optional claiming for 12.5. It's sprinting on the dirt in there, and I went 1.568 because I like a lot of horses in here, and I just cannot get over Gisoli. I'm kind of interested to see how she's going to run for Gennaro in here. He's going to run for Gennaro in here. And then in the 7th race, I went 2.611. You know, those are kind of the top ones, I think. Literary with Mitchell and Tim Eggleston coming off a couple of really close seconds. Looks good. And then 2.9 in the 8th race, which is a open allowance, 5/8 on the grass. Nice race. 1 Spoke I really like, as well as the 7 Fire Island. This one just won, broke the maiden. First time we won her step up, but could happen in there. So a very nice sequence. Can't wait to see how it plays out. Jockeys are legging up and horses are heading to the track. This is the start of the Itoba Late Pick 4. We love Itoba. They're wonderful. It's a $1 pick 4 now. If you want more information about being a part of our Breeders and Owners program, please visit their website. It's a wonderful program, very affordable, and returns dividends. Good luck.
The horses call posted now for the 5th race. This race will be run on the turf course over the mile, a field of 11. 11 fillies run. Scratch 2, Call Me Tony. 5, Bembridge Ledge. Take out the 12 Frosted Kisses. 15, Fascinator, and 16, Tis Salty has also been withdrawn. 2, 5, 12, 15, and the 16 are the non-runners. 14, Miss Tekka, the rider, Orlando Mexica. On 14, Miss Tekka draws in. Alex Achard on 3, Lulu B. Alex Achard rides the 3, Orlando Mexica on the 14. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3. The turf mile starts, the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Start here, the $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. Races 5, 7, 8. The all turf pick 3 wager featured. Close to starting time. Post time is less than a minute away. The fillies crossing over to the turf course on final approach for the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Sophie Doyle with reading time. She's even money. Here in the turf mile. Chase Miller, Princess Buttercup is joined. Reading time. Now Lulu B, Alex Ashard has a win on the card. Rodney Prescott, right in that wrong. Oscar Villarreal with Gidget Rose Lee. Coming up in Gidget Rose Lee. Gabriel Lagunas with Dreaming of Nana. Perfect Snow, Evan Roman for Polo Lobo. Perfect Snow, the daughter of Caravaggio, went right into the starting gate. Lulu B just got a bit fidgety and settled Lulu B. Jane Elliott partners Total Heart. Vincent Chamano with I'm a Cookie Lover. Gold silks and a black cap. Luis Contreras with Moringa. Over the mile. One more drawing in. Miss Teca. Orlando Mexico rides here in the mile. Start to the Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. Course firm. Probably set at 24 feet this week here. The Caesars course. Now Perfect Snow getting a bit fidgety. Miss Teca will complete the lineup. Here comes the fifth. All in. And they're off. And Lulu B sharply away. Toward the inside is Reading Time, who holds her position from the running rail. Moringa is also forward. Here come charges from Total Heart, and Miss Teca is right with Total Heart in the white cap. But with Sophie Doyle, Reading Time to the early lead from a close-up. Moringa out to the stretch with Total Heart running in third, 6 furlongs to go. Lulu B is a ground-saving fourth with Miss Teca in fifth. Perfect Snow is a ground-saving sixth. Gidget Rosalie is seventh, now at the 5.5. Right in that wrong is out deep on the course. Then it's a break of 4 more to I'm a Cookie Lover, who's just ahead of Princess Buttercup, and Dreaming of Nana has dropped back to 11th, 22.70 lean seconds. It's Reading Time. So Reading Time dictates the field, tracked by Moringa, second by 2. Total Heart's running in third as these fillies go past the half-mile pole. And then comes Lulu Beam, saving ground with the rail at 24 feet. Gidget Rosalie making headway but wide, and right there is Miss Teca in between fillies as they enter the far turn. Right in that wrong is racing outside of Perfect Snow, then Princess Buttercup, I'm a Cookie Lover, and Dreaming of Nana remains the back marker. Half mile, 46.91. Reading Time still leads the turf mile. On the edge of the quarter pole, it's Reading Time, who's widened on Moringa now by 3.5 at the turn-in. 6 lengths away to Total Heart, who straightens away in third. Right in that wrong, and in between horses, Miss Teca, it's Reading Time, the long-time leader. 3/4 woman at 10.81 seconds with Sophie Doyle. Reading Time is a furlong away and leads Moringa still by 4 lengths. Coming past the 16th. Right in that wrong is staying on from third. Perfect Snow and Total Heart. It's Reading Time. Reading Time, wire to wire by 3.5. Right in that wrong made it close for second with Moringa. Perfect Snow, Total Heart. Then Princess Buttercup was next from Gidget Rose Lee. Miss Teca up the course. Dreaming of Nana beat a couple of them home. They were I'm a Cookie Lover, and it tailed off Lulu B. 135.94 after the turf mile. 135.94. One reading time. Even money first. All the way winner. The judges will examine a photo before posting the second and third. Stand by for the fourth for the superfecta. Sophie Doyle, daughter of City of Light, making every yard. Peter Urton, CRK Stable LLC, Susan and Lee Searing. Reading time and even money home. The judges have posted number 9, Right in That Wrong, second. 7, Moringa, third. And 6, Perfect Snow, fourth. 1976. Reading time has beaten home Right in That Wrong, Moringa, and Perfect Snow. The result of the fifth race, official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the one, reading time. Another win in the chapter of Sophie Doyle. Reading time is a 3-year-old bay filly by City of Light. Under the Violence Mare, Sutro. Peter Urton trains for CRK Stable LLC, Susan and Lee Searing. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Reading Time. Paid even money. The 1-9 exacta paid $74.40. 8-1 double, $46.60. Perfect Snow, fourth in the Phillies Turf Mile. 10-cent superfecta netted $81.85. 50-cent pick 3 paid $97 in change. Moringa was third. 50-cent trifecta, $177.75. $1 early pick 4, $1,258.40 on 404. The 50-cent early pick 5. Daily starts on the first of the day. 5 of 5. Returns $6,517.50. In the turf mile, the 2-5, 12, 15, and 16 were the non-runners. Favorite, first. 11 ran, 135.94. Race 6 is next on the agenda. 20 minutes away from the sprint. No scratches, no rider changes. 2 Slam Dunk Justice add 2 pounds to the listed program weight. Makes it there now corrected to 118. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Grand High 5. Pentafecta wager featured on the sprint. Double pick 3. Post time will be at 4:52. Just as a reminder to all of our Horseshoe Indianapolis great fans, next live race card, well, it'll be tomorrow to wrap up the race week. Thursday post time off at 2:10. This week, no live racing on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, nor this upcoming Monday. After tomorrow's card at 2:10, no live racing until Tuesday next week. All in. And they're off. And Lulu Bean sharply away. Toward the inside is Reading Time, who holds her position from the running rail. Moringa is also forward. Here come charges from Total Heart, and Miss Tekka is right with Total Heart in the white cap. But with Sophie Doyle, Reading Time to the early lead from a close-up. Moringa out to the stretch with Total Heart running in third, 6 furlongs to go. Lulu Bean is a ground-saving fourth with Miss Tekka in fifth. Perfect Snow is a ground-saving sixth. Gidget Rosalie is seventh, now at the 5.5. Right in that wrong is out deep on the course. Then it's a break of 4 more to I'm a Cookie Lover, who's just ahead of Princess Buttercup, and Dreaming of Nana has dropped back to 11th, 22.70 lean seconds. It's Reading Time. So Reading Time dictates the field, tracked by Moringa, second by 2. Total Heart's running in third as these fillies go past the half-mile pole. Then comes Lulu Bean, saving ground with the rail at 24 feet. Gidget Rosalie making headway but wide, and right there is Miss Tekka in between fillies as they enter the far turn. Right in that wrong is racing outside of Perfect Snow, then Princess Buttercup, I'm a Cookie Lover, and Dreaming of Nana remains the back marker. Half mile, 46.91. Reading Time still leads the turf mile. On the edge of the quarter pole, it's Reading Time, who's widened on Moringa now by 3.5 at the turn-in. 6 lengths away to Total Heart, who strains away in third. Right in that wrong, and in between horses, Miss Tekka, it's Reading Time, the long-time leader. 3/4 1 minute 10.81 seconds with Sophie Doyle. Reading Time is a furlong away and leads Moringa still by 4 lengths. Coming past the 16th. Right in that wrong is staying on from third. Perfect Snow and Total Heart. It's Reading Time. Reading Time, wire to wire by 3.5. Right in that wrong made it close for second with Moringa, Perfect Snow, Total Heart. Then Princess Buttercup all in.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we have the upcoming 6th race back on the main track before 2 more thoroughbred races on the turf course as well. So your late pick 3 for the thoroughbreds before races 9 and 10. Brought to you by Martha Clausen. A couple of 300-yard dashes for races 9 and 10 during the 6 o'clock hour here in Shelbyville. No scratches, no changes in the upcoming 6th race in this spot. Let's take a look at this field. I'm going to put the 4 on top. Texas Free, Randy Klopp, Luis Contreras. Klopp's been hot. It's been his week this week. He's racked up numerous wins. He's over 50 wins on the season now. This horse went off at 24-1 against open competition and ran lights out. The 4-year-old gelding was just a photo finish away from beating the win-happy Cupid's Runaway, who is also a stable mate of Texas Free from the Randy Klopp barn, but now has to deal with Sleepy. And Randy Klopp's been winning, and he's been winning with Joe Ramos. Not so much with Luis Contreras here this week, but they have had plenty of success this season, winning at 15% with almost a flat bet ROI, completely even. This horse has won 2 out of the last 3 races, a photo finish away from beating Cupid's Runaway, who absolutely loves to win. Second start off the layoff, hasn't been seen since September 11th, a day we will never forget. And I think Texas Free looks like the horse to beat in here, gets plenty of pace to chase, is your deserving favorite, but I much prefer 7-2 over the current 2-1, and projected to go off as low as even money. We'll see if Texas Free can keep the hot streak alive for Randy Klopp, and here's the horse to beat and potentially the horse to bet as well. But going to have to deal with Slam Dunk Justice, the fresh face in here. This 3-year-old gelding has 1 win from 7 starts this season, almost identical to last year. Banked $67K last year. So far this year, $55,000. Both 1 win in each season. This 3-year-old's progressed nicely from 2 to 3. Was stakes placed at 2, a photo finish away from becoming a stakes winner in the Crown Ambassador last October. I'm sure we'll see this one in October as well, but could be a prep race for those stakes races. Slam Dunk Justice, 3-year-old gelding, Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Gennaro Garcia. Marcelino's been aboard almost each and every start. They teamed up for a win July 14th in the Slob. Last time out, they ran in a unique race in which Daddy's Dream just kind of got the lead, and the order was unchanged throughout that entire race. They tracked in the clear second, just off the long shot leader, and that day, Daddy's Dream just did not stop. Slam Dunk Justice was a net clear of your 3rd place runner, and certainly looks the part down here in the walking ring. I like a fresh horse at this time. I'm sure nothing would have missed from August 14th, just laid up. Began working out consistently again September 6th, came back the 18th, and then the 27th. Slam Dunk Justice should be fit in here, 7-1 on the board. But the 9 may present the most value in the race for Bob Gorham, Mitch Merle. A 4-year-old Gray, who's a 2-time winner, but winless so far this season. That's the bad news. The good news is both wins have come here locally for this Indiana bred, and you're getting fair value. 8-1 on the board off that 12-1 morning line. I do think there's a fair enough amount of speed in here that Neutron can either sit off of it or be tactically placed just off the leaders. This horse's best runs are very close to the lead, can show that good early gate speed, and should be in that second flight, if not right on the lead, breaking from the outside post. I think Mitch Merle is having himself an awesome meet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, winning at 15%. He was aboard this Son of Conveyance September 11th, in which they ran 3rd, behind Cupid's Runaway and Texas Free. The difference is, with Neutron, I mean, you only need to make up, 2 lengths in that race, and you're going to get 6-1 versus potentially even money on the 4. There's much better value on this Gray in here with Neutron than there is on the 4 at this point, but does need to make up those 2 lengths. Brings in some good form, threw in a clunker last time out. Really had no excuse, but has been given some time off and faces an easier group than they saw on September 24th. There's plenty of upside with Neutron in here, but I'm going to try Texas Free. Randy Klopp sends out 2. You heard Rachel talking about it earlier today with Tavares Douglas, the other one oftentimes winning. Today we had a first-time starter in post position number 8, winning about 7-1. Could it be the 5 in here at 5-1? Joe Ramos and Randy Klopp have been incredibly hot, but they do exit October 2nd mile race that was fairly a bit of a clomper the last quarter of a mile. Now cuts back. That could be any sort in here. We'll see if Texas Free gets the job done at 2-1, as we're 6 minutes away from race number 6 at Horseshoe Indy.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 6th race. This sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 10. No scratches, no jockey changes. 2 Slam Dunk Justice plus 2 pounds. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The sprint features the 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wagering here. Double pick 3. 3 minutes. 2 post time. Less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Ronnie Prescott with Buckle Up. Hanalehi, Mia, and Chili. The first 2 of 10 have moved into the starting gate here at the 5.5. Danilo Gonzalez Venave with Doro's Wish. Goal with the purple star. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Slam Dunk Justice has joined the line. Jose Gutierrez with Jazzoli. Alberto Burgos with Mike's Cyclone. Wendon Well. Luis Contreras with Texas Free. Neutron. Mitchell Morrow has a sprint win on the card. Now 2 back. Joe Ramos with Sleepy. Like Texas Free, both for Randy Klopp. So stand by. Texas Free, 7-5 favorite. One more. Santo Sanjo with El Micho Acano. He's dressed the same as Buckle Up, both for Tony Durant. All in line. Ready. And they're off. Slam Dunk Justice was quick to go. Texas Free in the maroon cap pursues along with Sleepy. They're second and third. Slam Dunk Justice leads the dash for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Then comes Gizzoli with Neutron on the far outside and Doro's Wish in the gold cap part of that scramble. To the inside is Me and Chili. El Micho Acano is wide from post 10. We trail back to Mike Cyclone and Buckle Up trails the State Bred Sprint as they blast to 3 furlongs from home. Quarter 21.98 seconds. Texas Free is in the middle of a heated battle. Slam Dunk Justice and Sleepy comes charging up now with a bid. They've made a break from Neutron, who's rallied into 4th. Doro's Wish, Me and Chili Jazzoli. On the far outside, El Micho Acano. We draw back to Mike Cyclone and Buckle Up, and here come the Hoosiers. It's Sleepy with between horses Texas Free, both for Randy Klopp. And to the inside, Slam Dunk Justice tries to rally on. And Slam Dunk Justice. Sleepy on the outside. Texas Free the first to bail. Me and Chili, and on the outside is Doro's Wish. Well inside the final 16th. And with Joe Ramos, it's Sleepy who edges away close to home and beats Slam Dunk Justice by a length and a half. Texas Free holds third from Me and Chili and Doro's Wish. One minute 4.03 seconds after the State Bred Sprint. 5-2-4 and 4th is a photo. 5 Sleepy. 5-2 first, 2 Slam Dunk Justice. 15-1 second for Texas Free. 6-5. Sprint favorite runs third. Stand by for the 4th and the 5th for the Pentafecta. Joe Ramos. Another win on the card. Another for top conditioner Randy Klopp. It's Sleepy back to back. The judges have posted number 6, Me and Chili, 4th after a photograph, and 7, Doro's Wish was 5th. 5-2, 4-6-7. The result of race 6, sprint official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5, Sleepy. Running double for Joe Ramos. 2 on the card for Randy Klopp. Sleepy is a 3-year-old big gelding by Keen Ice. Under the Aldebaran mare, Aldorable Debbie. Randy Klopp trains for Dennis Reese's Reese Ranch. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by Reese Ranch. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates this repeat meet winner. Cutting back from a mile, Sleepy takes the sprint today official. 5-2 exacta paid $70.60. 50-cent trifecta, $58.30. Doro's Wish ran 5th. 10-cent pentafecta paid out $1,200, $63.53. 50-cent pick 3, $82.35. The 1 and 5 double combining reading time with Sleepy, $30 even. Me and Chili was 4th. 10-cent superfecta, $108.54. All 10 ran 104.03 after the state bred sprint. Back to the turf we go. Starter turf mile in the 7th race. Scratch 7 Timeless Rose, 8 Stupendous, 14 Lover Lots, 15 CB, and 16 Milo Junes. Scratch the 7-8, 14-15, and the number 16 from the race card. 10 Barb's Vortex. The junkie will be the meet leader. Fernando de la Cruz, holding on 97 wins here this season. Looking to get on the Wednesday scoreboard. Wave the bug 119. Fernando de la Cruz rides 10 Barb's Vortex. Exacta trifecta superfecta. The 10-cent grand high 5. Double pick 3. Post time 5:22. Ready? And they're off. Slam Dunk Justice was quick to go. Texas Free in the maroon cap pursues along with Sleepy. They're second and third. Slam Dunk Justice leads the dash for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Then comes Gizzoli with Neutron on the far outside and Doro's Wish in the gold cap putter. That scramble. To the inside is Me and Chili. Al Micho Okano is wide from post 10. We trail back to Mike Cyclone and Buckle Up trails the state bred sprint as they blast to 3 furlongs from home. Quarter 21.98 seconds. Texas Free is in the middle of a heated battle. Slam Dunk Justice and Sleepy comes charging up now with a bid. They've made a break from Neutron, who's rallied into 4th. Doros Wish, me, and Chili Jazzoli. On the far outside, El Michoacano. We draw back to Mike Cyclone and Buckle Up, and here come the Hoosiers. It's Sleepy with Between Horses, Texas Free, both for Randy Klopp. And to the inside, Slam Dunk Justice tries to rally on, and Slam Dunk Justice. Sleepy on the outside, Texas Free the first to bail. Me and Chili on the outside is Doros Wish. Well inside the final 16th, and with Joe Ramos, it's Sleepy who edges away close to home and beats Slam Dunk Justice by a length and a half. Texas Free holds third from Me and Chili and Doros Wish.
It's Randy Klopp's world. The rest are just living in it. Joe Ramos keeps it going in the right direction as Sleepy, cutting back 3 wide right on the speed, continues to dig down deep and find more. And Randy Klopp having himself an unbelievable week. We head back out to the turf course for the final 2 turf events of the evening here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Moving into the 6 o'clock hour, we'll have 2 quarter horse races as well, so still plenty of action here at Horseshoe Indy. Scratch number 7, 8, 14, 15, and 16. Do note that the 13 will run and is currently on the board at 10-1. Your current favorite is in the 6 hole in here, but I'm going to go a completely different direction altogether with your second choice, at least at this point in the wagering, Zig Zappa. Oscar Villarreal teaming up with Jamie Grubbs, and here this 6-year-old mare is a win-happy sort. She's won 10 of 30 starts. She certainly likes to win, and she's gotten better with age. After starting her career with only 2 wins early on, she won 4 races at 5, and she's won 4 races at 6 as well. So while she wasn't necessarily all that camera ready at 2 and 3, once she turned into a mare, she's certainly become very fashionable in the winner's circle, and it's really progressed for her since she switched to the turf. She's 8 for 15 on the turf and is winless on the main track, so she's going to appreciate being back on the turf in here in this spot. She brings in a 3-race winning streak, albeit against easier competition over at Belterra. She went off at 1-9 last time out. 2 back, she went off at 1-2. She's been favored in 5 out of her last 6. In those starts, she's won 4 out of 6. So if the money comes in, she usually runs very well. Now, this is going to be the toughest level she's seen in some time. However, she's no stranger to Horseshoe Indianapolis. She is a horse who's made 4 starts here at Horseshoe Indy. She's winless in that time. It is a little bit misleading because she took on some tough foes almost a year ago to the date, October 17th. She lost a photo finish. She ended up finishing 4th, missing the board, but it was a photo finish in which the 2nd and 3rd place runners did dead heat. She moved into it in the backside, closed very willingly in the center of the track, and ultimately was closing up fastest of all, just ran out of real estate, losing to Harvey's Princess that day. I think Zig Zappa brings in good form, and we'll see if the Viral can get the job done in here as he's looking for his 4th winner. 7-2, your clear second choice, but another one who presents some value is down in post position number 3. Enticing Sunset. This looked like an enticing claim, and it was back on August 5th for $12,500. Now, last time out, they dove into the deeper waters, optional claiming $20,000, and it didn't go so well. A 3rd place finish, lost to Sweet Chablis, who was an easy winner that day, and Enticing Sunset was the 4-5 beaten favorite, but won like a good thing on August 5th in the off-turf event. A horse you'd love to own, has wins on every surface, and I'm sure she'll be an excellent broodmare someday. With over 6 figures in earnings, a win on the fast track, sloppy track, synthetic, and turf. She's never missed the exacta in 2 starts at this distance on the turf. She has a win and a 2nd place finish here. She's tactical. She can go to the lead. She certainly does not need the lead. And I am hopeful that last race, in which she just never looked comfortable, never looked great. It was a 4-horse field, so just kind of a tough race to get a lot out of or make a lot of. So I'm not going to overreact. It was a poor performance first start off the claim. Hopefully there's better days ahead for Enticing Sunset, who could be your front runner or could take back Gets Gutierrez in the saddle for Cipriano Contreras. I'm expecting a bounce-back performance for Enticing Sunset. Another who loves to win, 6 for 17 for Enticing Sunset, but all the money has come in on Missy B. This is the class of the field, despite only 4 wins from 27 starts, has banked almost $150,000 and has been facing tougher at Kentucky Downs, Ellis Park, and Churchill. Even made a stop earlier this spring at Keeneland as well. Now, it hasn't resulted in many wins recently. The last win came this winter at Turfway Park with Joe Ramos aboard. And it should be noted, he is aboard again today. So he gets back aboard for Eric Foster. I'm sure he's plenty happy to get the red-hot Joe Ramos in the saddle. Foster sent out numerous horses, not only here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but also at Keeneland recently. And this Missy B, every time she comes to Horseshoe Indianapolis, she seems to get a paycheck. She pays her own way, and she pays those transportation costs very willingly. She's got 3 starts here, 2 wins, and a 3rd-place finish. a year ago, October 28th, was a day we had a carryover. She got a ton of pace to chase. She swung out in the center of the track and went rolling on by for what turned out to be a very easy win. She ships in from Kentucky Downs. Horses don't always come back very well out of races at Kentucky Downs, going uphill, left hill, or left, right, downhill. They're asked a lot over at Kentucky Downs, but they do run for the big money. We'll see how Missy B comes out of that race for the Foster family racing, but they do get the red hot Joe Ramos. The bettors have made this one the favorite. We'll see if it's fact or fiction in here. 11, 3, and 6 for yours truly, as we've got a late daily double featuring some big fields and all turf racing right here on Wednesday at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The horses call postward now for the 7th race. The Distaff Starter Turf Mile, a field of 11. Scratch the 7 Timeless Rose, 8 Stupendous. Take out the 14 Lover Lots, 15 CB, and scratch 16 Milo Junes. Scratch the 7-8, 14 through the number 16. All have been scratched. Number 10, Barb's Vortex, the jockey change to Fernando de la Cruz. Waive the apprentice allowance. 119 corrected weight. Fernando de la Cruz on 10, Barb's Vortex. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The Turf Mile features the 10-cent Grand High 5. Pentafecta wagering on the menu. Double pick 3, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The Phillies mares crossing over to the turf course on final approach for the mile start. Arriving at the gate. It is now post time. Loading for this Phillies mares turf over the mile. Sando Sanjo with Cora's Legacy. She's first in. Missy B. Joe Ramos. A couple of wins on the card. Missy B has joined Cora's Legacy. Now Mitchell Marole with Literary. Literary has taken her position here in the starting gate. Luis Contreras with Revs Run. Jose Gutierrez with Enticing Sunset. Fernando de la Cruz with Barb's Vortex. Orlando Mexico with Bingo Baby. Just a quartet left and back of the starting gate here. For this turf mile, Oscar Villarreal with Zig Zappa. Samuel Bermudez, Ms. Temptation drew 5. Here, 11 run over the mile. 2 back. Evan Roman partners Rafaela. 1 more, Rodney Prescott with Cookie Berry. Course here firm, around the 24 feet. Starter Ray Kuick over to his spot. Has the trigger roll in. And they're off. And Cora's Legacy and Literary both break well from those inside gates. Right there, Enticing Sunset. Bingo Baby comes up the rail. Revs Run part of an early charge, and Rafaela has the white dots on the black sleeves as they make their way toward the first turn. Revs Run in between horses. Cora's Legacy holds the rail. Right there, Enticing Sunset, and on the outside, Rafaela is 3 deep out to the stretch. Literary in the blue cap is toward the inside parts of the course now, just inside 6 furlongs to run. Following that quartet is Bingo Baby settled back in 6th, with Cookie Berry in 7th. Barb's Vortex is 8th. Then comes the 10-time winner, Zig Zappa, running in 10th from Missy B, and Ms. Temptation trails the 11, quarter 23.15 seconds. It's Revs Run with Luis Contreras. Revs Run on a solo mission, and she leads here by just over 2 to Enticing Sunset, who tries to narrow the margin. Cora's Legacy is saving ground with Rafaela in the black cap, and Literary running in 5th as they go to the far side of the course. Bingo Baby 6th near the rail by 3. Barb's Vortex as Zig Zappa starts to gain. Missy B is launching a bit on the front side, and Missy B is now making progress inside 3 furlongs to go. Then comes Cookie Berry, and Miss Temptation remains last. Enticing Sunset took the lead. Half mile 47.29 seconds with Jose Gutierrez. It's Enticing Sunset going for home. Literary coming with a charge on the outside. One switched out. Rafaela toward the inside is Revs Run, who tries to rally on. Toward the inside is Cookie Berry. On the far outside, Zig Zappa, Bingo Baby, Missy B is still well back in the running. They're deep in the final furlong. It's Enticing Sunset. She's a 4-length leader now past the 16th from Zig Zappa, who continues to close but has run out of time. Enticing Sunset by a length and a half to Zig Zappa. Cora's Legacy 3rd, and then next was Bingo Baby ahead of Missy B next. .136.64 after the Phillies Mares Turf Mile. 136.64. We're standing by for the run order from the judges. It was 2-1. 3 Enticing Sunset first. 11 Zig Zappa. 3-1 second. 1 Coors Legacy. 18-1 third. 4 Bingo Baby. 13-1 fourth in the Phillies Mares Turf Mile. And 6 Missy B at 5-2 gets into the frame for the Pentafecta. 3-11. 1-4-6. Raffaello was next, along with Cookie Berry. Among those next home, it's 3-11, 1-4-6, the top 5. Hold all tickets until official.
Michael, we've worked through the card, given our best bets and prize plays of the night. I'll toss it up to you to give Chamberlain's Choice and your value play tonight.
Well, Chamberlain's Choice and the value play have a couple of similarities. They both get Trace Tetrick driving, and they both have the number 1 post position. In race 5, I like number 1, Elsa D. 3 consecutive second-place finishes. Gets the inside draw, though. Was in with the $18,000 claiming company last time out. This 3-year-old filly going to hopefully get to the winner's circle for just the second time this year. And my long shot, my value play, comes in race 7. That's number 1, Aunt Fanny. Trace Tetrick again driving. This time for trainer Edgar Herrera, was third 2 back at the non-winner of one $15,000 claiming level. Fourth last out with the regular non-winners won $15,000 claiming level. It was not restricted to the distaffs, so I do think Aunt Fanny has been doing quite well of late. 7-1 on value play for me tonight.
There's a look at who we like, and there's a look at the first race of the evening. Getting ready to leave the paddock. Do remind you, you can download that free online racing program on the Hoosier Park website. Just head to HoosierPark.com, click on the racing tab. You'll find that free online program along with access to race replays, tip sheets, and all kinds of other handicapping information. And tonight's the night you're going to want to fire away. $10,000 guarantees in both the pick 4 and the late high 5, races 8 and 11, respectively, for those wagers, and about $1,000 carryover in that pick 6 starting tonight.
Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 3 Enticing Sunset with Jose Gutierrez. Enticing Sunset is a 4-year-old bay filly by Enticed out of the Fusaichi Pegasus mare Kencho. Racing 4, William R. Davis's Desperado. Racing at LC. Trainer Cipriano Contreras' Contreras Stable Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of the Phillies Mares Turf Mile winner, Enticing Sunset, at 2-1. It's official. $3.11 exacta paid $28.60. The 10-cent Pentafecta. Missy B gets into the Grand High 5. Missy B 5th. Paid $246.87. 50-cent trifecta, 311.1, $88.15. 5-3 double paid $43.60. The 10-cent superfecta, $114.89. Bingo Baby ran 4th. Missy B was 5th. 50-cent pick 3 paid $25.10. The Phillies Mares Turf Mile, recapping the 7-8, 14, 15, and the 16 were non-runners. Favorite, first. 11 ran, 136.64 after the running of race 7. Onward we go. Race 8 to cap off the Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. Turf Sprint over the 5 furlongs, all 11 run. 3 Fear and Loathing. Hannah Leahy rides, waive the apprentice allowance, 122 corrected weight. Fear and Loathing. Hannah Leahy on the 3. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta of the 10-cent Pentafecta. Double. And a final pick 3 on the card. Post time, 5:53, firm and fast. The trigger roll in. And they're off. And Coors Legacy and Literary both break well from those inside gates. Right there, Enticing Sunset. Bingo Baby comes up the rail. Revs run part of an early charge, and Raffaella has the white dots on the black sleeves as they make their way toward the first turn. Revs run in between horses. Coors Legacy holds the rail. Right there, Enticing Sunset. And on the outside, Raffaella is 3 deep out to the stretch. Literary in the blue cap is toward the inside part of the course now, just inside 6 furlongs to run. Following that quartet is Bingo Baby settled back in 6th, with Cookie Berry in 7th. Barb's Vortex is 8th. Then comes the 10-time winner, Zig Zappa, running in 10th from Missy B, and Ms. Temptation trails the 11, quarter 23.15 seconds. It's Rev's Run, with Luis Contreras. Rev's Run on a solo mission, and she leads here by just over 2 to Enticing Sunset, who tries to narrow the margin. Course Legacy is saving ground with Rafaela in the black cap and Literary running in 5th as they go to the far side of the course. Bingo Baby 6th near the rail by 3. Barb's Vortex as Zig Zappa starts to gain. Missy B is launching a bit on the far outside, and Missy B is now making progress inside 3 furlongs to go. Then comes Kooky Berry, and Miss Temptation remains last. Enticing Sunset took the lead. Half mile 47.29 seconds with Jose Gutierrez. It's Enticing Sunset going for home. Literary coming with a charge on the outside, one switched out. Rafaela toward the inside is Rev's Run, who tries to rally on. Toward the inside is Kooky Berry. On the far outside, Zig Zappa, Bingo Baby. Missy B is still well back in the running. They're deep in the final furlong. It's Enticing Sunset. She's a 4-length leader now past the 16th from Zig Zappa, who continues to close but has run out of time. Enticing Sunset by a length and a half to Zig Zappa. Course Legacy 3rd, and then next was Bingo Baby. The trigger.
Third choice here right now, a prohibited favorite.
Yeah, I like you. I thought of her more as a fringe player, but I will say you talk about Ponda Ferrari, and then you have the 2 Sierra Shooter, who I know we both like. He's not exactly a model of consistency either. So if you do want to take a shot against both favorites, maybe kick things off with a little bit of a bang in this pick 5, Dry Creek Regal, I do think the most logical avenue to go there if you are trying to upend the 2 favorites. But I just think if we're going to get all 3 of them at their straight up best here,
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we've reached the waning hours of sunlight here. We're going to be inching ever so closely to the sun going down much sooner than we're accustomed to here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but still thankful to be on that beautiful turf course of ours as Enticing Sunset gets back to her winning ways and looks like Real Deal Claim, the win-happy mare, gets the job done under a great ride with Gutierrez, our apprentice rider of the year, at least in my opinion. Unofficially, he's doing himself very well, and he's going down, I think, 7-pound weight allowance, now down to 5 pounds after having himself an awesome month. We go back out to the turf course again. 5 furlongs going to be the distance, and here no scratches or changes, 11 of them set to go to the gate. Got a heavily backed favorite in number 2, but I'm going to look for the Indiana bred against open competition, and Spoke is no average Indiana bred. This 6-year-old roan is routinely been forced to face open competition, doesn't find state-bred competition very often. 7-time winner from 38 starts, has 10 second-place finishes, has gone off favored in 2 out of the last 4 starts, including at 1-2. That was the day I bet him on July 14th. Of course it was. It was an easy winner at 6-5 on June 24th. The last 2 starts, a second and a win last time out. Broke sharp, tracked in a dreamy spot, and got a split and just finished strongly up the rail. Now, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. should be accustomed to this 6-year-old by now, as he's been aboard the last 4 starts, 2 wins, a second, and a third. And what's crazy about that is they've drawn the rail the last 3 times. This will be the 4th time in a row that Spoke is stuck down on the inside. Now, he hasn't done poorly by any means. In those 3 races, first, second, and third. Hopefully, he can go back-to-back in here. A horse for course at Horseshoe Indianapolis, 3 wins from 6 starts, looking to push those earnings up over $230,000 with any success today, and quickly approaching $250,000. Certainly has paid his way. Since being claimed for only $7,500, Jose Camayo has had found himself a good one in here for Kevin Stedman, as they've racked up plenty of purse money recently, but they do get tested for class in this spot, and they have to face sexagenarian Fernando de la Cruz and Michael Maker. Mr. Maker has been dominant on our turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and not only on the turf, he's winning at 31%. This one shipped in last time out on August 26th, found the dirt, broke sharp, went to the lead in hand, and I didn't think Sexagenarian in post position number 2 had any excuse. The 3-year-old colt had it all his own way on the front end, went almost 46, 58, and just stopped. This horse almost missed the board at 3-1 last time out. The second place finisher, Count the Brave, did come back to win as well, and you get Fernando de la Cruz aboard. And Fernando de la Cruz on number 2 is going to have to continue to win, because Joe Ramos has been picking up wins almost each and every day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and he's cutting into that margin aboard or top those riders' standings. So Fernando de la Cruz won our nightcap on the turf sprinting yesterday. If you're in the hunch plays, I'm not, but maybe you are, for Brad Cox yesterday. He won in post position number 2, going 5 furlongs. He could do it again in here for Paradise Farms. I'm a little bit concerned. This 3-year-old colt's pattern is unbecoming of success, in my opinion. Was nothing short of dominant on debut August 5th in 2024. It was a real deal performance. They had a clean trip, but certainly looked dang good. Beat Zandvoort, who's a stakes winner now. Then they went over to Kentucky Downs on opening day over there. Went off at 6-1 and lost to Tistastic, who's done some very big things. And then the layoff line started. A little bit of pop and stop started, and it's become a troubling trend at 2 races in a row with some layoffs. Now they're getting class relief, and they're going back to the turf in here. I'm not sure they're trending in the right direction. In fact, I would bank that they're not trending in the right direction. However, this horse has back class and connections that command respect. Fernando de la Cruz and Mike Maker, when these guys team up, watch out. They win at 22%. I'm not sure if this 3-year-old colt's going in the right way. However, finds his friends in here, gets some class relief as well. Second start off the layoff and back to the turf, only trying it for the time after Kentucky Downs race shortly after the debut. After that, the value of the field could come from Corso's pick. On a year that we retired Mr. Corso, and now his Notre Dame Irish are doing very well despite 2 losses. They've really continued to find themselves right in that CFP hunt. making our boss here at Horseshoe Indianapolis very, very excited. Vicky Oliver, Sammy Camacho Jr. in here. This gray son of Creative Cause has 1 win from 9 starts. Likes to be on the engine. Likes to go, go, go. The problem is, so do a lot of other horses in here. This pace is going to be rapid up front. The 2 is going to send. The 5 is going to send. The 6 is awfully quick as well. Another Mike Maker trainee. Corso's Pick is going to have a lot of speed around him. However, he may be the quickest of the group, and I'm not convinced he necessarily needs the lead. He didn't get the lead against Butch's Best back on June 26, and he stayed on willingly to hold off 8 other foes in that race. We'll see if the homebred for Donald Disney, bred in Florida, can get the job done in here. Looks the part down in the walking ring. We'll see if Corso's Pick can get the money in here in the thoroughbred finale. But have no fear, still 3 races and 2 Martha races. She's set to give you more winners than I did the entire day, and she's only got 2 opportunities. So stick around and come find out who's going to win races 9 and 10, as there's still plenty of action coming at you next.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. Turf sprint here over the 5 furlongs, a field of 11. No scratches, number 3, Fear and Loathing. Jockey change to Hannah Leahy. Wave the apprentice allowance 122. Hannah Leahy rides the 3, Fear and Loathing. Here on parade, Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wager featured on the Turf Dash. Double final pick 3 of the day. 9th race, quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. In the 9th, there scratch the also eligibles. 11 through the 14, 5-1 Sweet Cigar, Aaron Hunt. Rides 5-1 Sweet Cigar, 5 over in the 10th race. That quarter horse maiden juvenile. 10th race to cap off the card, scratch there the also eligibles, 11 through the 14. Firm and fast. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. Some of the scenery here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The final one today on the turf course. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going to the 5 furlong turf sprint start. For a final time today, crossing over to the turf course near the sprint start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Spoke. The first of 11 to move into the starting gate here. Farron Peterson with This Time has joined Spoke. Fernando de la Cruz with Sexagenarian, like This Time, both for Mike Maker. Ronnie Prescott with Fry Island. Loading up next, Hannah Leahy. Fear and Loathing coming up to the gate. Here over the 5 furlongs. Evan Roman, 29-1. Oh, please. Jose Gutierrez riding for a double. Holiday House has joined up. Sammy Camacho Jr. with Corso's Pick. Now Send Cash. Alex Achard on the Wednesday score sheet. Just a couple in the back. Oscar Villarreal with Unworkable. We had a firm course here today, and the turf rail's been set at 24 feet this race week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So stand by. One more. Finn McSorley. Mitchell Murrow with a win on the card. Up comes Finn McSorley. 21-1 on Finn McSorley. All in. Ready. The Romford sprinting. Fast start for Send Cash along with the Grey Corso's Pick. Unworkable is there with the early pace to battle. And toward the inside is Sexagenarian. That's Unworkable. Has dashed to the lead for Oscar Villarreal. Unworkable going fast. From the inside, Sexagenarian. The Grey Corso's Pick, who's now third and settled back off a hot pace. Toward the inside is Spoke running in fourth. Send Cash is fifth. Fear and Loathing is sixth. Fry Island in seventh. After breaking sharp, Finn McSorley eighth on the far outside as they barrel to inside 3 furlongs from home. We trail back 2. Toward the inside, Holiday House, who's inside of This Time, and as they come past the quarter pole, the trailer, Oh Please. The first 2 of 5 furlongs Rapid fire as they straighten away. It's Unworkable. Unworkable leads as they come down to the final furlong with a 2-length lead on a hard charging Spoke. Cash is also building momentum toward the inside parts of the course. Fear and Loathing of the Red Cap with the rail. Corso's pick, Sexagenarian, Holiday House, Fry Island, this time with a late gain. It's Spoke, and on the outside Cash with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Spoke scores over Cash. Then close between Fear and Loathing, with this time Holiday House was part of that herd of horses past the finish along with Corso's pick. $56.18 after the turf dash. 56.18. 1-9, and then a photo for third, fourth, standby for the fifth. That's all up to the judges. One Spoke at 2-1 first. Number 9, Send Cash, 3-1 second, and then heads on the line. Photos for third, fourth, fifth. Here's the slow-mo. We'll stand by for the full result from the judges. A double for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Another win here for Jose Camejo and Kevin Stedman. It's Spoke at 2-1. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the one Spoke. Another on the card for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Spoke is a 6-year-old dark bear brown Ridgeling by Jack Milton. The Hold Me Back mare, Hold Me Sue, the now 8-time winner, is trained by Jose Camejo for Kevin Stedman. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Spoke. The judges now have posted the 3 Fear and Loathing third. Number 5 Corso's pick was fourth. There was a dead heat for fifth between 4 Holiday House and the 6 This Time. Numbers 4 and 6. Holiday House and This Time dead heat for fifth, impacting the Pentafecta. Result official. The 1-9 exacta paid $31.80. 50-cent trifecta, $201.20. 3-1 double paid $35.80. Corso's pick was fourth. 10-cent superfecta paid $298.05. Pick 3, $41.30. Once again, a couple of winning pentafecta payouts. Dead heat for fifth between 4 Holiday House and 6 This Time. The $1 late pick 4 presented daily by Itoba. 4 to 4. Returned $238.70. The 50-cent late pick 5. 5 of 5. That returned $2,149.80. The 10-cent pentafecta 19354, $1,494.90. 19356. That 10-cent grand high 5. There's the other pentafecta payout for $1,494.90. Dead heat for fifth between 4 Holiday House and 6 This Time, 56.18. A couple of quarter horse maiden juvenile dashes over 300 yards. Ninth race ahead. Scratch the also eligibles 11 Flying Ivory, 12 HF Liza Jane, 13 HH Chasing CJ, and 14 Lil Miz Win. Scratch the also eligibles 5 One Sweet Cigar. Aaron Hunt rides 5 over. Aaron Hunt's on the 5 plus 5. Exacta trifecta superfecta and the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta featured. Post time will be around the corner at 6:23. The Romford sprinting. Fast start for Send Cash along with the Grey Corso's pick. Unworkable is there with the early pace to battle. And toward the inside is Sexagenarian. That's Unworkable. Has dashed to the lead for Oscar Villarreal. Unworkable going fast. From the inside, Sexagenarian, the Grey's Corso's pick, who's now third and settled back off a hot pace. Toward the inside is Spoke running in fourth. Send Cash is fifth. Fear and Loathing is sixth. Fry Island in seventh. After breaking sharp, Finn McSorley eighth on the far outside as they barrel to inside 3 furlongs from home. We trail back 2. Toward the inside Holiday House, who's inside of This Time, and as they come past the quarter pole, the trailer, Oh Please. The first 2 of 5 furlongs, rapid fire. As they straighten away, it's Unworkable. Unworkable leads as they come down to the final furlong with a 2-length lead on a hard-charging Spoke. Sent Cash is also building momentum toward the inside parts of the course. Fear and Loathing of the red cap with the rail. Corso's pick, Sexagenarian, Holiday House, Fry Island, this time with a late gain. It's Spoke, and on the outside, Send Cash with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Spoke scores over Send Cash. Then close between Fear and Loathing with this time Holiday House. And Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, wait no more. The results of today's Racing Rachel's Warriors contest for all y'all on track. Charles Smothers picks up the gold medal and $100 in cold hard cash. Taking today's edition of Racing Rachel's Warriors, Oscar Sardinas, the $75 second place prize, and Mary Combs picking up $25 for third in today's Wednesday edition of Racing Rachel's Warriors here at the Shoe.
going to close out our Wednesday card with not one, but two quarter horse races. Very exciting for us to showcase this special breed. What you're going to see in races 9 and 10, 2-year-olds. And they're competing for a purse of $18,000. And we do scratch each of the also eligibles, but still have a nice field of 10 going postward. So I'm going to begin with number 1, and that's EOS Running Roxy. Competed in the 63,000 leader of the class sale futurity, forgive me, and had to qualify for that. So you've got a horse that has a little more experience than some of these who have just competed at the maiden level. Tony Cunningham trains for a very nice ownership connection, A-Win Investments, and this is a filly by EOS Apolitical Win, second crop of this stallion who's done extremely well. Last year, winners right and left, and this year as well. Jockey Danny Martinez has the return call, and just yesterday, Tony and Danny combined to win our finale, and it was from the rail. So we'll see if lightning can strike twice for this successful team. Let's take a look at number 7, and that's Cross the Line. Ran third in her most recent race on September 3rd, despite a poor break. Now, this is what I like to see with these young quarter horses. Let's say they bobble or they stumble or they're impeded, all that, but if they still come running, that to me is a very good sign that they still have that guts and that heart to win. And so I think this filly may definitely do it. She's sired by Encore, and she's trained by Jessie Vasquez, who will give a leg up to her husband, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. I like the fact that she came running, made that good effort despite the break. So let's see how she breaks and hopefully can hit the board again today. Moving on to number 10, Apolitical Elmo. This is a gelding also sired by EOS Apolitical Win, who's going to make his third start for owner, trainer, and breeder Cody Gates. Nice pedigree. You know, I like the pedigree, obviously. And the outside post position could be advantageous because the young horses sometimes get distracted, or there's some bumping and jostling in the middle and things kind of go hayward. Outside, he's only got to worry about one horse to the inside, so we'll see what happens. Isidro Banuelos has the call for the Gates barn. And I'll round up my top 4 with a very lightly raced horse, number 4, Vendetta Grande, who ran third in his September 23rd debut for trainer Hector Sanchez. Now that says a lot, you know, hitting the board in your first try. Jockey Jamarius O'Neill will ride, and the work tab was pretty good, although we've seen a lot of horses that work well and then come out and have some issues with their debut. So hopefully Vendetta Grande can move up and get to and have another on the board placement. Good pedigree, FDD Dynasty, so I definitely give this lightly raced gelding a look. I'm going 1, 7, 10, 4 in the first of the 2 quarter horse races we have. Of course, because we have a nice full field, you might want to consider our 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. My long shot in this would be number 9, Ellie Luna, 30-1, cut off and lost her rider on August 30th. So that's about as bad of a debut as you can get. Guadalupe Arevalo and Fernando Morin team up, and all that can happen is the horse can have a better outcome. This filly could have a better outcome, and at big odds could boost your exotic. So that's it for me. Good luck to all in this race, and I'll be back to preview our finale, also a quarter horse maiden for these little babies.
The horses stepping onto the track for the 9th race, the first of 2 quarter horse maiden juvenile dashes over the 300 yards to cap off the card. 9th race here, the penultimate one. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 through the number 14. 5-1 Sweet Cigar, jockey change to Aaron Hunt, 5 pounds over. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta featured here. Starts at the late double. 10th race, scratch the also eligibles. Fast track, no wind. Get your bets in. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Danny Martinez with Eos running Roxy. How's the rail draw? The first one in now, Buck Bunny coming up. Too Much Corona, 23. Some of it all. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez with Cross the Line. 6-5 favorite here. Over the 300 yards, Cross the Line is in. Vendetta Grande. Leading up Coyote Kiss. Coyote Kiss getting fidgety in back of the starting gate. Some nerves from the first-time starter Coyote Kiss to move into that starting gate. But now she's gone all in, Coyote Kiss. Vendetta Grande loaded. Ali Luna. One Sweet Cigar. Over the 300 yards. One more. Isidro Banuelos with Apolitical Elmo. Fast track, no wind. Penultimate race on the card. They're in the gate. They are off. Fast start for Cross the Line, along with Too Much Corona 23, just jinking in past the 220. Eos Running Roxy has come out fast. Coyote Kiss on the outside, Ellie Luna and Apolitical Elmo. Over here on the stand side, it's Cross the Line. Cross the Line takes out the maiden juvenile. Second photo between Coyote Kiss with Eos Running Roxy and Apolitical Elmo joined. Seven cross the line. First across the finish. The judges will examine photos before posting the balance. Cross the line, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez for Jessie Vasquez, the daughter of Encore, out to the maiden ranks. 8-5 favorite home. Result of the photograph. Finishing second was the 8 Coyote Kiss. Number 1 Eos Running Roxy was third. 10 Apolitical Elmo fourth. And 2 Buck Bunny was fifth for the quarter horse Pentafecta. Cross the line. Maiden win 15.716 seconds. Fast no wind 15.716. 7-8. 110-2. Result official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 7, Cross the Line, with Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. The official winner. Cross the Line is a 2-year-old sorrel filly by Encore. Out of the Guti mare, Bright Lineage. Jessie Vasquez trains for breeders owners Kimberly and Roger D. Beam. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Cross the Line. She's out to the maiden juvenile ranks. 16 minutes away from our final quarter horse stash of the day. Results in here. Pentafecta paid $191.90. Buck Bunny ran fifth. 7-8 exacta, $59.20. The pick 3, $28 even. 50-cent trifecta, 7-8-1, $45.60. 1-7 double paid $17.60. 10-cent superfecta, $27.47. Apolitical Elmo ran fourth, and Buck Bunny was fifth. 15.716. 10th race ahead. Scratch from this Quarter horse maiden juvenile with the 300 yards, 11, LB Royal Quick Perry. Take out the also eligible 12, Jessar Patriot, 13 Pop Sicario SM, and 14 Political Jester. Scratch the also eligibles. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, and one more 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. Scheduled post time at 6:49. Just a quick reminder, next live race card will be tomorrow to wrap up a 4-day stretch. Thursday post time 2:10. After tomorrow's card, no live racing Friday, Saturday, Sunday, nor this weekend, nor the upcoming Monday. Will be a dark day for live racing here. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. Sportsbook there in the casino. And the first floor open for simulcast wagering after tomorrow's card. No live racing here Friday, Saturday, Sunday, nor this upcoming Monday. Hope you can join us here for Indiana Champions Day. That's a week from this Saturday on October 25th with a special 11 a.m. post time. Quarter horse maiden juvenile dash race replay next. They are off. Fast start for Cross the Line, along with Too Much Corona 23, just jinking in past the 220. Eos running. Roxy has come out fast. Coyote Kiss on the outside. Ellie Luna and Apolitical Elmo over here on the stand side. It's Cross the Line. Cross the Line takes out the maiden juvenile. Second photo between Coyote Kiss with Eos running Roxy and
right, well, we have reached the finale of our Wednesday card today. And again, we're going to present one more quarter horse race for you. This is a maiden for 2-year-olds. They're traveling 300 yards. And we do scratch each of the also eligible. So there will not be 11, 12, 13, 14, but a nice field. So let's take a look at these young horses. And remember what I've said before. Unfortunately, all young horses have a different learning curve. And there's quite a lot at stake in quarter horse racing. Got to get that clean break out of the gate and try and keep a straight path to the wire. It's been a little bit of a challenge for us watching all our 2-year-old races this year. But on the positive side, we've had some tremendously talented juveniles and have enjoyed those races and the futurities that we've had in the past and coming up on Champions Day. All right, well, let's go to the paddock. I'm going to speak about 2 entrants from the barn of Ron Raper. And I think both merit respect, but I'm going to put number 4, Easy Lovin' Beach, a colt by top Indiana stallion Escondido Beach, on top. Now this horse this is a colt who ran a game second at 30-1 in his debut last month. Underwriter Francisco Quintero, who has the return call today. I don't probably talk about Francisco enough, but I should. He doesn't really ride first call for one barn, but he rides well for Cunningham and for Raper. And no matter who he's riding for, he always tries hard. He's good at getting a horse out of the gate, but really, really good at finishing. So take a look at number 4, Easy Lovin' Beach, and see what you think. Next up for me, number 8, Ivory Jane. This is Patrick Easter's homebred. Moving in the right direction, I think, for a lovely trainer by the name of Natasha Perez. We've spoken about her many times. She was a former rider, now in her probably 3rd, going on 4th year of training thoroughbreds. Well, she had one for a thoroughbred, mostly quarter horses. But what I've always admired about her, she's tremendously hands-on conditioner, very patient with her horses, and her owners just respect her to the max, which is very, very important. This is a filly who exits a 2nd place effort on September 23rd. She was ridden by Diego Bocanegra, who has the return call, and I think she's going to do pretty well. Natasha, watch out for that young woman. Next Saturday on our Champions Day, she qualified 2 of the top fastest qualifiers for the major stakes that'll be run on that incredible day of racing that we host on October 25th. All right, moving on. Number 1, Cyber Streak, a son of Grade 1 winning stallion Cyber Monday, who's also trained by Ron Raper, faced tough company in 5 previous starts. And when I'm looking at the handicapping, in addition to looking maybe where they finished, I also like to look who they got defeated by, especially when you're in a trial and you get defeated by the fastest qualifier. Well, you know, it just wasn't your day that day, but you had the experience of running against a fast horse. So Cyber Streak, I think, has some opportunity, bred by Brian Gunder and going to be ridden by Christian Penalosa. And this young man got his first career win on our last all-quarter horse day, and the horse was trained by Ron Raper. So very nice of Ron to give these young guys an opportunity, because confidence is so important when you are piloting these very fast and powerful animals. Okay, and we'll round up my top 4. Trainer Sacramento Chavez is going to saddle number 9, and that's Es Predestinado, a colt by Mo Zumo. He qualified for the $196,000 Gordon Mobley futurity. That was one of our major futurities that took place in July. And even though he didn't hit the board, I think you always have to give credit to a horse that qualified and made the final of a major futurity, which this horse did. There's only one horse last race was in the leader of class, and then this one in the Gordon Mobley. So it stands out to me. So hopefully he'll have a good effort. The 9 will have a good effort this afternoon. All right, 4, 8, 1, 9 for me. Those are my top 4. But if you want to play our quarter horse pentafecta, take a look at number 9, John P. Ridge. It's a gelding by What a Corona. Finished out of the money in 2 starts, but German Rodriguez trains and will ride this colt. And I just think German's not going to give up, okay? If the horse had some issues in the first 2 starts, watch German go to work and figure out what's going to turn it around. So that's my take on that. Okay, well, good luck to all. Hope you guys have a great evening. I'll be back tomorrow with one more quarter horse race for the week, and then we'll do some talking about Champions Day coming up a week from Saturday.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 10th race. Closing out the card with this quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 through the number 14. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, fast track with no wind for the closer. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in, all chromed up. 23 uses a flipping halter. Christian Pemabozo, a cyber streak coming up. Now Filomena would be a double for Giovanni Vasquez Gomez and Jesse Vasquez as they team here in the maiden with Filomena over the 300 yards. Cyber streak is loaded. 7-5 final favorite, Cyber Streak. El Yuko. Don't You See. Ivory Jane. Here's Don't You See. Es Predestinado coming up to post 9. Francisco Quintero with Easy Lovin' Beach. Cyber Streak 3-2 on this final favorite. 5-1, Easy Lovin' Beach. Just a couple in back. Aaron Hunt with HH Wildcat Blue. Drew in the middle. Here's the speed and juvenile dash over the 300 yards. HH Wildcat Blue. One more. German Rodriguez with John P. Ridge. Thursday post time. We'll wrap up the race week at 2:10. Here comes the last of the day. Fast track, no win, 300 yards for the maiden, all in. Off the Wednesday finale. And Cyber Streak couldn't have broken any better for Christian Penaloza. It's Cyber Streak who leans toward the inside. El Yuko who pursues. Don't you see? Mid-pack is Philomena coming with a run. And on the outside, Ivory Jane. It's Cyber Streak trying to hold Cyber Streak at the finish with Philomena, then Ivory Jane, and Don't You See, followed home by Esprit Destinado and El Yuko. Photo finish. To close out the card, photograph, hold all ticket. We're standing by for the verdict from the judges after race 10. Quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. Fast track, no wind here in the finale. Stand by. Here's the verdict. Number 1, Cyber Streak. Ganador. Cyber Streak wins. Short margin of victory over 7, Philomena second. Number 8, Ivory Jane was third. 3, El Yuko fourth. And fifth is a dead heat. Between 2, El Yuko and 9, Esprit Destinado. 2 and 9, dead heat for fifth. And that for the quarter horse Pentafecta. 15.761. Winning junkie Christian Penaloza rode his first career winner right here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Gets another here this season. Well done, Christian. 1, Cyber Streak. 2-year-old Ben Gelding by Cyber Monday. The A Regal Choice Mare, the Regal Streak. Christian Penaloza for Ron Raper and Cynthia Allen. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Cyber Streak in a photo finish in the quarter horse maiden juvenile, 15.761. And once again, there is a dead heat for fifth between 2 El Yuco and 9 Es Predestinado. It's official. 1-7 Exacta paid $16.80. 50-cent pick 3, $14.70. The 50-cent trifecta, $21.75. Don't You See was fourth. The 10-cent superfecta paid $43.09. 7-1 quarter horse double, $17.40. Couple of winning 10-cent quarter horse pentafectas, 17832, $215.14, 17839. That 10-cent quarter horse grand high five paid $137.62. Again, a dead heat for fifth between the 2 El Yuco and the 9 Es Predestinado. Cyber Streak out to the maiden ranks in 15.761. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Live racing resumes on Thursday to wrap up the race week here. No live racing as noted Friday, Saturday, Sunday, nor this upcoming Monday. Post time tomorrow. We'll be back at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Until next time, for all of us here, it's been my pleasure today. For the broadcast booth, track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Off the Wednesday finale, and Cyber Streak couldn't have broken any better for Christian Penaloza. It's Cyber Streak who leans toward the inside. El Yuco who pursues. Don't You See? Mid-pack is Philomena coming with a run, and on the outside, Ivory Jane. It's Cyber Streak trying to hold Cyber Streak at the finish with Philomena, then Ivory Jane, and Don't You See?